Hey guys, hold on 1 second. Sound issue. Hey guys. All right, sorry for the delay. My dad called right before I came on here, so I had to talk to him. And my dad calls. I always have to answer and talk to him because it's my dad. All right, so anyway, I'm going to get into the chat and say hi to everybody. So, yeah, sorry about the delay. Anyway, I just wanted to see how I was doing. All right, so how's everybody? How's everybody on this hot Saturday evening? Hotter than blazes here, man. I'm not used to this. It got to be, I don't even know, but we're going to be in the 90s for about a week, and that's just crazy. Crazy for here. I don't know how people do it, but I did manage to get some stuff done. Went out for, I don't know, 10 minutes at a time. I got done what I needed to get done, so. Washington. I'm going to tell you, the watering is unbelievable. When it's this hot, you gotta water constantly because my celery droops down like it's dead. And then I give it a gallon of water and it pops right back up. It's crazy, man. But that's always the first indication is my celery that I need to be watering something. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's probably making noise. Let me know if the sound is okay. If this fan here is a problem, I'll shut it off. But yeah. Anyway, happy Saturday, happy weekend to everybody. Let's talk to Jane. She told me yesterday and today that I talked to her and she's got a cold, so she's not going to come on tonight. We're going to let her voice get better because she's got a lot to say. So yeah, I just talked to her and she's got a sore throat and like cold or whatever. So We wish her blessings and healing. Let's see. All right, I'm up at the top. Let's say hello to everybody. Say it out loud. Says, hey, party people. Good to see you tonight. Say it out loud. Mary Kopp says, happy Saturday, friends. Just happy Saturday to you, too. Let me know if the sound is okay, because I got my headphones on. Maybe use this microphone. I don't know. So, Ms. January, welcome. Kathleen, good to see you tonight. Let's see. Mary says, shows a pic of Eric with other dudes who met Kelsey Grammer at a wrestling something in Las Vegas, I think. I wanted to comment, but I'm still blocked. Yeah, I got blocked immediately over there last year. Yeah, I got blocked on Whittaker's right away, too. So, yeah, that's what he does. But, yeah. So I saw your comment, Mary, and while I was waiting, I just I opened up his Facebook and I looked, or actually Dad Talk. So yeah, let's see what Mary's talking about in a second. Brooks and Gardens, good to see you. Welcome. Let's see, you're back. Welcome back, Miss January. Yeah, good to see you, Brooks and Gardens. Gray Styles, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Yeah, good to see you. Mary, hello to you too. Alicia, Cool Rocking Loretta. Excuse me. So I just okay. So Tuesday I'll be getting my new microphone in the mail. I ordered it last Tuesday. It's gonna take a week. So anyway, I should have my new microphone on Tuesday. Love to Big Papa Cat. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, he just was calling to see how I was doing, but I had to talk to him for a second. Oh God. All right, got little kitties. I might have to put the kitties out in the entryway again because they're getting crazy. I figured it out. They go crazy right after I give them some canned food, and when they go canned food, they get nuts. I don't know what's in it, but anyway, because they just went all crazy again. I figured, I give them some canned food and get them all full before they go to sleep, but it actually backfired. Makes them crazy and more awake. Sound is good. Well, thank you. All right, appreciate that. Well, hey, Lady Planer. Hold on a second. I might have to get these kittens there. Yes, thank you about that. Yeah, it's not really. We're not used to that. Not 90s, you know what I mean? I believe when it hits 80, that's hot for me, especially working outside. 73 and rainy here in Illinois. Really? 73 and rainy. That's cool. Yeah, that's comfortable. I don't know about the rainy part, but 73 is. I do too. It's allergies, yeah. Mary says, need to water yourself. Also, never forget tumbler #1 with us. Yes, I have that. And I just cracked open a new 20-pound bag of ice. And I got the perfect water ice cube ratio in tumbler #1 with a straw. The only tumbler I have, but who's counting? Well, I am actually. On Eric's. In fact, I just saw earlier. I just saw Eric. I was looking through Sarah Little's. Hold on, I'm gonna see if this thing has. I want to know if the sound is better now or if it was a minute ago. But yeah, I was looking at Sarah Little's YouTube page, and she's got those. She's got a couple of complete live streams, and that was after the crap was hitting the fan, and I thought that was funny. But Eric was doing the coffee cup with tumblers, and I can't remember, but yeah, I think he had 4 things going, and the vape. I don't know if the vape is tobacco or weed. Who's counting? But anyway, he had his hands full. just with his tumblers and his vape alone. Anyway, that's when the crap was hitting the fan. And yeah, he's such a liar. Bad actor too. So yeah, we'll look at Eric's dad talk. Yeah, he took a trip. Yeah, Eric's got the money to go on trips to Las Vegas. This is, I think, his second one in a month, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, so I do have tumbler number one with a straw. Perfect water and ice ratio. I could last all night on that. Sippity doo dah. Alicia says hello to TNT. Feel better soon, dear Jane. Summer cold suck. Yeah. Yeah. No problem with the fan. Right, thank you. Thank you. I don't know if you could hear it or. Oh, and the microphone that I'm getting is supposed to isolate me and block out the background noises. So maybe you will not hear gulp, my dog's gulping or whatever else going on behind me. All right. Thank you. Let the fan say it out loud. Good to see you tonight. Did I say? Yeah, you were, I think, the first one in. I want to make sure I say hi to everybody. Miss January TNT. Yeah, TNT is dynamite. Remember, what was his name? JJ or whatever. On Good Times, he used to clap and say dynamite. Lady Planer, good to see you tonight. Oh my goodness. So I got really tired working outside in the heat yesterday, and I went to bed early. Okay, I didn't have that strength to even do a live stream. The last thing, stop, please. Excuse me. The last thing before I went to bed, I saw Lady Planer's video, and I must have watched it 5 times. Oh my goodness, that was funny. The puppet, Mr. Wiener, sticks his tongue out. I can't even think about it. But it was so funny, man. I watched it and I thought, well, I think I'm going to go to bed on a high note. That was hilarious. About the dental, the before and after. Oh my God. When he stuck his tongue out, I lost it. That was so funny. So funny. Miss J, all my friends are here. Yes, and thank you, all my friends, for being here. And yes, a lot of good friends in here. Great people, great crowd. Yes, Lady Plane. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that was hilarious. Alicia Sue says, how do you do? Oh, wait. Okay, so Grace put up the link. My thing's kind of sticky. Grace put up the link for Lady Planer. If you want to check out her channel, yeah, that was so funny. Yeah, I lost it, man. I thought, okay, now I'm going to bed. So that was hilarious. That was a good high note to go to bed on. But yeah, I was so tired working out in that heat just makes me tired and want to take a nap. And so I do. Anyway, so yeah, I got kind of behind today. I got pretty much most of my stuff done. All right, trying to get my chat up on my phone, but of course it's not working. And I figured I would try to maybe play some Whittaker clips tonight if the sound cooperates, because one time I did it and the sound was horrible. Nobody could hear it. So if the sound is bad, I will do something else. Wait. Oh, yeah. On the new mic, right? Yeah. So yeah, that is coming on Tuesday. It should. So, yeah, it's good to see everybody. We need rain. This heat is ridiculous. Well, I hope you get rain. I hope you get rain, because yeah, it seems like everybody's kind of having a heat wave. Even here, we have a heat wave. I haven't. In one day, it said it was going to be 99 degrees. I'm like, dang. I don't know. Seems like things would burst into flames. I don't know. That's pretty hot. But I talked to my dad, and it was, I think, 114 where he was today. So anyway, could be hotter. I guess you just stay inside, do stuff in the early morning, and after the sun starts setting. I'm designing T-shirts that say two-tone. Oh, you are? I should open up a merch, a merch store, because there's be a lot of good ideas on here. 2 tumblers and a Timmy, yeah. Or 2 Timmys and a dad. I got that wrong one time. Yeah, 2 tumblers and a Timmy. Florida Life in the Sun. Hey, Betty, good to see Betty tonight. Welcome to Betty. Hope everyone's Saturday and weekend is going good. Hey, Florida Life in the Sun. This is little Kathy in chat. Starting to feel like I have a split person. Yeah, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, that was so funny. That video that you did. I noticed you did one that was longer, so that's cool. I just lost my spot. Let's see here. Yeah, so check out Lady Planer's video if you haven't yet. All right. Okay. Hey, dear Jane. Hope you feel better soon. Yeah, check out Lady Plane channel. I think this is where I left off. I love that we all laugh and greet each other. I love this page and all the people, online friends. Yes. Yes, this is a great place with positive energy. There's no hate here. Might might clown on Eric a little bit, but there's no hate, And Eric really, I could go a lot harder on Eric. I could go harder on anybody, but I do still try to keep it light. And I mean, even as bad as the things he's done, and it really makes me mad if I think too much about it. But I do try to keep it lighthearted, even with the dark stuff. But yeah, I don't like the bad vibes and bad energy and stuff like that. It's not good for us. And it's just not my style. Grace, I've checked it out. Thank you for the link. I love that too. Say it out loud. My favorite people on the channel. Thank you, Florida Life. You guys are my favorite people too. And I kind of like this channel myself. Do y'all see the huge star or planet in the sky? No, what is it? Which planet? Because they usually look like a star if you don't have a telescope. Hopefully it's not Hale Bop's comet, because you know what happened last time. Grace, one day I'm going to mix up these pages. Yeah. But it is good to keep the two separate, though. It's too cloudy here tonight. Oh, overcast, so you can't see it. Yeah, what planet is it? I'll take a peek, because I'm out in the middle, where it's out in the middle of way far from artificial light. And so there's billions of stars up here. When I look up at the stars, I get the spins because it's just so many. It's amazing. So anyway, I'd be able to see it up here. I don't think we have any clouds. Yes, I love YouTube shirts and stuff. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. I should do that. We could come up with some good ideas. Well, hey, Jane. Hi, Amazing Grace. Thank you. Good to see you tonight, Jane. Anyway, we hope she quick recovery from her cold. Yes, summer colds are not any funner than a winter cold. Shirt idea. Is this for medical purposes? I mean, Kathleen says, shirt idea. Is this for media purposes only? Oh, that is hilarious. That is hilarious. That's definitely one. That's definitely one. And it should have a picture of Eric with named as a suspect. Because you know what I just noticed? You know how we went over that thing where it said that if the police name you as a suspect, that means they think that they have enough evidence to bring a case against you. But I watched a case where they were talking about people, and they said, this is a person of interest. Okay, it was a person of interest. And when they do that, they just want to talk to the person. I mean, so a person of interest is way different than a person of a suspect, being named a suspect. And that's why he lost it when he got named a suspect, because that means they got enough evidence against you, Eric, to charge you. Yeah, hide your Nikes. Yes. Yes. And Dear Jane was around when they did that. Might have been, I can't remember. 2014, I can't remember. Yeah. Yep, they tried to hop on the Hail Bop comment. And like Dear Jane showed that cult has still got a website up. I don't know if anybody's joined. Hopefully not. I'm laying flat on my bed in the dark on my cell phone. Big ass smile on my face. Number one, no one will ever see. Yeah. Nope, we're not looking, Mary. Yep, you guys just get comfortable. Lay in your bed. As long as you got a big smile on your face, then you're at the right place. Yeah. So let's go over and see what Mary was talking about with Eric and his dad talk thing. All right, now, and I got something to say about this, of course, because I always do. All right, so, oh, you know what? Hold on. Excuse me. And you know what I found out? So, about a week ago, I was on live stream and my throat was really super scratchy, where I felt like I had to cough, keep coughing. And somebody said, you should get some honey. And I did. I got local Minnesota honey. And you guys, when my throat got scratchy last time, I put some honey, like a spoonful of honey. I ate a spoonful of honey, and my throat was perfect for the rest of the night. And I can see, I think, like singers used to do it, and people that like strain their voice and stuff. So anyway, so good tip, whoever told me to get the honey, because yes, it worked. And if my throat gets scratchy, I'm going to go take a swig of that honey, because it really, really does coat your throat. It's incredible. It works good. And yeah, last time I did that, it didn't have a problem the rest of the night. So yeah, the honey works, you guys, if you got a scratchy throat, because it keeps feeling like you're going to have to cough, you know what I mean? But coughing doesn't do anything. All right, here you go. So here's Dad Talk today. Now I do have something to say about this. Here he posted 9 hours ago, so that was this afternoon. Hey, I don't know what you guys are doing, but stop. This was, well, earlier this afternoon. It was today, 9 hours ago. Dan Severn, Don Fry, and myself got to meet Kelsey Grammer this morning backstage before our presentation. Oh, and you see him? Oh, there you go. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know who he's trying to name drop, but Dan Severn, Don Fry, and myself got to meet Kelsey Grammer this morning backstage before our presentation in Las Vegas at Caesars Forum. Super nice guy. Got the UFC legends and Frazier backstage. Feels like my childhood all over again. Well, you are very childish there, Eric, so I'm sure it does ring a bell. But I guess this is Kelsey Grammer. Oh my God, hold on a second. All right. Come on, guys. Come on. Not you guys. Okay, so, yeah. One second. Get him in the other way. 1 second. So they'll do this all night. Okay. They fell for it. All right. 'Cause I can't do that all night. I can't do this all night. So anyway, they're gone. That fast. All right. So, all right. So I got something to say because Eric has been saying on his live streams, implying that Patrick got all the money, right? Or whatever. Patrick has been saying, well, we know, forget what Patrick said. We know how the split was. Eric got the big YouTube checks and all the other TikTok, Instagram, all that other stuff. Not Facebook. Patrick got the Facebook money. So Patrick got a very small portion compared to what Eric got. So I think everybody can understand that Eric got way more than Patrick. They both withheld their money from the Whittakers. But obviously Eric got the much larger portion of the earnings that he kept. And remember the last few live streams that Eric did. He's been saying that somebody, implying that Patrick got all the money. He's saying somebody, somebody's getting a house fixed up and it's not the Whittakers. Somebody's getting a house rebuilt and it's not the Whittakers. It's who. So in other words, implying like, okay, because Patrick is fixing up his house, he must have got all the money. I guess that's what it's supposed to imply. And I could say the same thing right here. Eric, Whittakers were promised a house and Patrick is fixing up his and Whittakers didn't get nothing. We could say the same thing about you, Eric. You promised the Whittakers a trip. You promised them this, you promised them that. And they didn't get anything, but here you are on a trip, enjoying yourself. They didn't get those trips you promised. You remember, I did a video about it. He promised them an airplane ride. He promised they would go to the ocean. He promised to fly Betty back to, I don't even know where, North Carolina or something. He promised all these trips. They were going to go fishing, all this. And the only one that we see that ever got any trips was Eric. So yeah, Patrick got his house fixed up and the Whittakers didn't. But on the same token, Whittakers didn't get any trips. And here you are, Eric, on these trips. So yeah, shut your mouth about, oh, well, look who's here. Is that who I think it is? Is that douche? Enjoying a fun night out eating Japanese barbecue with my friends and legends, UFC Hall of Famers Dan Severn and Don Fry. Oh yeah. That's Mr. Douche right there, Mark Douche. Huh. And look at the look on his face. Eric, now you're getting trips and Whittakers didn't. So what should we assume about this? Oh yeah. Look who's there. The usual suspects. Dun, dun, dun. And I don't even know who these guys are. No offense to those guys. And I doubt that they're your friends because you're gushing over them like you just met them. And they're probably have no idea you just called them their friends. But yeah. Look at that dumb look on his face. He's starstruck. All right. So yeah, he looks like he's having a good time. Remember, just recently he told us that he was broke because, he can't do any dad talk stuff. He's not getting any money there. It wasn't monetized, which contradicts his story that, they had 1 million subscribers and he was doing really good. But yeah, he just told us how broke he was and all this and that. But yeah, I'm gonna get back into the comments here. So there you go, Eric. Whittaker's didn't get the trips, but look who did get the trips. Yeah, same thing that Patrick did. I don't think Patrick's gone live, has he? Recently, maybe since last Friday or last week. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Italian girl, good to see you guys tonight. Let me say hi to everybody. Yeah, yeah, you're right. And where's his wife? You know, he would look. He would rather bring his buddy's Mark along than his wife. You know. Yep, Eric is flakiest of them all. That's right. All right, here's where I left off. I have no clue. I just withdrew a cheese wheel from the Amish piggy bank. There you go, Kathleen. Yeah, I think we got some shirt ideas. Shirt idea. So Eric said it. It must be fiction, right? There you go. We're gonna have shirts and mugs. Yeah, I love that one. Honey is great. Make sure it's local. 50 miles radius is best. Yes, this is local. Yeah, somewhat local. It is Minnesota. Yeah. Ours is clover and some kind of wood. I can't remember. You guys can start a business with these shirt ideas, right? I'll buy a shirt. Okay. I'll have to check into how I do that. Let's see. Thank you, Florida Life in the Sun. You guys, I just sold my first shirt. Print them on the back. Dad talks back. Oh my God. I wonder how much that photo opportunity was, right? This one here? Right, because they're not his friends. These people, yeah, anybody who's checked into Eric. Eric is the flakiest one of them all. That's right. Hey, girl, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Yes, Grace. So he's in Las Vegas while Patrick's under house arrest. Yeah. Hey, D, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, he's in Las Vegas with his buddies, trashing Patrick for fixing up his house while he's on house arrest. Yeah, money's no object. That's right. Eric is always leaving his wife behind. That's right. He is. If you notice, leaves her at home all the time. And you know what? The only way she can be good with this is if she wants him gone. You know what I mean? Don't forget Pop Talk, pissed off parent. Oh, yeah, pissed off parent. Let's do something with that. Eric says, screw the kids. Eric's out for himself. That's right. That's right. Eric looks drugged. Yeah, he looked. Yeah, look at the look on his face. I'm not making any accusation. I'm just saying. He doesn't look like he used to look. Let's just put it that way recently. I don't know what's up with his little friend there. But yeah. Yep. In fact, this one's even worse. Run, Kelsey. There you go. Why does his face always look purple? Is he trying to punch that guy next to him? Okay, guys, watch your wallets. And don't sign any contracts with Eric while you're out there. Just saying. Yeah, hopefully they don't, he doesn't talk him into anything. He's probably hoping Kelsey writes a big check for this, this dad talk hero guy who's fighting for rights of the fathers and all that nonsense. I mean, it sounds like a good cause, and yeah, people would pay money to that. Oh, it sounds good. Like, oh, wow, fighting for fathers' rights. It sounds like a good cause, but that's not what he's doing, obviously. He's not even fighting for his own kid. You think he's going to fight for yours? Yeah, he don't look good, that's for sure. Hey, James, good to see you tonight. Good evening to you, too. Okay, I'm home. Had to get peanut butter parfaits from Oh, those are good. And they take a long time to eat, too. They're good. I haven't had one of those in probably 25 years. Hello, Great Styles. Yeah, I'll have to tell you my story about when I went to. Remember, somebody said that they worked at DQ. Can't remember which one of you guys it was. And you told me about those chicken strips or whatever basket. So I said, "Yeah, I'm going to go there," and I did, and I had a very awful experience. Oh, actually, no. My first experience was great. And the second experience was like a punch in the face. I'll have to tell the story sometime. I think I'm going to go there again and see what happens. But yeah, it was a very weird story, I'm telling you. I wish I would have had it on video. Eric can't even pay for the youngest child's support. He doesn't mind spending money on stupid stuff like this. That's right, Italian girl. You know, and if he doesn't want to see the kid or pay the mom child support or whatever, I mean, the definition of a deadbeat dad is a dad that abandons his child and doesn't give the mother a dime. That's the definition of a deadbeat father or parent. I mean, and he could at least like send over some gifts, like I said, like a bicycle or a dollhouse or anything, you know, something just for her. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's definitely douche. That's what I thought. Yeah, the usual suspects, right? So who's paying for douche? Yeah. Guess what my latest craft project is? I don't know. Do tell. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, two tumblers and a Timmy. If he's actively making money on it, people, and she stands to get some, that's right. Yeah, let's see his tax income. Oh, remember? Oh, I missed a bunch of comments. Sorry, I'm gonna go back. You remember, you guys, at the beginning when he started like turning on Patrick, and then he said he was going to do a LLC, and then he saw Patrick wasn't worthy of being a LLC with him, and he told Patrick to get his own LLC. And he said, and you got to pay the tax, man. Remember that? And this was early on. I don't even know if it was, but at some point, Eric said, you got to pay the tax, man, because believe me, I know if you don't pay the tax, man, they come after you. So I thought, wow, this guy who's helping the Whittakers has had tax problems. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's not his first rodeo, navigating through this stuff. So the beginning of a great weekend. So another party weekend. Yes. And he'll go home when he's good and ready to go home. And then when he goes home, he'll probably go on Dad Talk and, hustle up some money. And who knows? People might have given money on those live streams. He looked like he had some support, some people who were still buying his bullcrap stories. So I don't know. Maybe somebody gave him some money. I don't know. Because, yeah, he was crying one day about not having no money. And the next day he's got 2 trips to Vegas back to back, For what? Wrestling? For wrestlers? Like, what does wrestlers have to do with Dad Talk? You know what I mean? He should just instead of Dad Talk, just change it to Wrestling Talk and just have a wrestling channel. You know what I mean? Like, why do you keep pretending it's about dads? Yeah, Patrick is on house arrest. We know the story of him and Timmy doing the tree to make wood. The house needed work when he bought it. Do we think he didn't have plans? Yeah, he was going to fix up the whole time. And it sounds like he's doing it on a budget too, so I don't know. What are you going to do? It still doesn't change the fact that Eric got most of the money, but he wants people to assume that Patrick made out better than him. He goes, I didn't fix up my house. That's right, Eric. You didn't fix up your house because you spend your money on trips to Vegas to meet Kelsey Grammer, who most people didn't even know if he was still around, or, you know what I mean? It's not like he's It's not like Kelsey Grammer is going to do anything for the dad movement. You know what I mean? Oh, all these wrestlers, what do they have to do about dads? You know what I mean? Sewing Project TNT. Watching replay, always miss you lately. Well, Abby, fine. We're glad to have you here. I've only been gone 39 minutes. Part of it was me hustling, I don't know, 5 kittens out to another area of the house because they were going nuts. So he didn't miss too much Sewing Project. Let's see. Eric said he tried to give the money to the police. Yeah. Yeah, because that's what you do when you owe somebody money. You go give it to the police instead of the person. You know what I mean? Listen, like I said 100 times, Mark Leda never had any money, never had any trouble giving money to Betty. He showed the transfers into her bank, Chase Bank, Beckley. You know, nothing was stopping Eric from putting that money into transferring it into Betty's bank, just like Mark did. Yeah. His wife's at home with sore feet from working out. That's right. And the wife right now is trying to figure out how to pay the electricity bill or something, you know what I mean? Allegedly. Yeah, she's at home trying to pay the bills and yeah, resting her feet. No, it's making paper crazy. 2 tumblers and a second. 2 tumblers and a Timmy. Yep, he sure found his person all right. Hopefully she gets smart real quick. Yeah. Yeah, some people were thinking that he was on the outs with his wife when he was around the Whittakers. Well, and it sounded like things weren't too good when he came home. He himself said that she's came to him one night and said, "I don't want you home till you're off Suboxone." I think that's what he said. There's nothing like that. Why does she think that? Well, if your spouse thinks you're on something, you probably are, because they know you best. Well, besides your friend Mark, douche. Yeah. Which, believe me, if you're hanging around with somebody shady, doing questionable things with money, you know, God knows what kind of spun out, you know, those people are probably doing the same. Birds of a feather flock together, so I doubt Mark is on the up and up either. Allegedly. Just popping in, what I missed. Oh, not a lot. We're just chatting. Chit-chatting. Well, here, what we did is we went over Eric's, the last 24 hours he's been hobnobbing it with, I don't know, some people, I forgot who they were, and doing the wrestling thing out in Las Vegas. He's on another trip, a second one. 2 tumblers and a bag of Amish chip. There you go, Brooks. Hey, you know what? Maybe he'll bring his wife home a bag of Lay's potato chips, huh? And then when he comes to the door, he can hide it behind his back like he did with Elaine. I mean, with Lorraine. And then he can, look what I got you, honey. A bag of potato chips. You know, I was thinking about that too. Venus is the planet low in the western sky. Really? Is it a certain color? Or is it red or a certain color? Yeah, douchebag. That's right. Grace says, hey to not my monkeys. Good to see you tonight. Ivy Fine says hi to Grace. Brooks and Garden. Oh my God, LL. 2 tumblers and a Timmy, yes. If he's actively snaking money out of people and she stamps a gift to him, but yeah, she should. Hey, Aquatech, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Yeah, yeah. Or she should get something out of my pocket. Oh, that would definitely be a shirt, out of my pocket. Yeah, see that loud, it's the coolest thing. Just learned about it using paper bills. Paper bills. Really? Hey there, Aquatech, good to see you. He looks creepy, yeah, he does. And you know, them celebrities, they'll stand and get a picture. You know what I mean? Doesn't mean you're friends. He's giving him a purple nurple, maybe. I don't know if it's what he's drinking or what, but he's looking like the blueberry girl on Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Remember the blueberry girl? She wasn't supposed to eat the blueberry candy or whatever. She ate it and turned purple and blue. That's what he looks like. Yeah. You had a bad, yeah. 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 I believe so too. Hold on a second. I'm talking to Brooks and Gardens, but I gotta find my space here. It's the coolest thing. Just learned about it. Okay. He looks creepy. Make a shirt without a pocket, out of my pocket. Yeah, right. That's right. I love that one, Mary. Yeah, it's definitely got to be an out of my pocket shirt. Maybe Eric's changing platforms because Dad Talk was not his calling. Maybe, and I think he's realizing, well, once you ruin your reputation, you know what I mean? Anybody that looks him up is going to see this Whittaker stuff, and they're going to see videos like mine and everybody else's, and they're going to see the all the articles from the police report that came out in September that says Eric has been named a suspect in fraud. Do you want to get financially involved with somebody who's in the news? You know, you can Google his name and it comes up that he's a suspect in a fraud investigation. And then you look to see if he's been cleared, and there's no articles about him being cleared or having been a big mistake or mix up. No, I don't think anybody wants to touch Eric right now. Anybody with money, you know what I mean? And like I said, if you're fighting for Dad's rights, it sounds like a noble cause. It sounds like something that would be worth donating to, but then, the name attached to it. And he's out of names, right? He already used the Lawrence Carroll. That one's already used. Now he uses middle name, Eric Carroll. That one's used. He's out of names. You can just call himself Carroll. That's all he's got left. Hey, Carol, where's your next fundraiser? More like fighting for Eric's right. That's right. A purple hooter is a mixed drink. Is it? A purple hooter? Is that from Hooters? It's me. Sorry. Hey, Miss January. Let's see. Always Faith. Good to see you. Did I say hi? If I did. Hello to anybody that if they just came in. We had a very worst experience at McDonald's 2 days ago. Never going back. I know, right? Yeah. Yeah, Dairy Queen was just like, I had a good experience and then a really bad one. People won't even believe, but yeah, it happened. What's with Eric and all the man trips? His wife must just love that. Right, Tammy? Yeah. Good to see you tonight, Tammy. Hope you're doing well. Hope everybody is. Yeah. Never, ever, ever, ever have you seen his wife on a trip. Now, I guess he brought the wife on that all expense paid trip to go meet the president. And because I saw somebody that had complained that Eric took the Dad Talk money, allegedly, and it was supposed to be for father's right stuff, but he used it to, I think it was 20,000 because 10,000 was to meet President Trump and get a picture. It was like a dinner, a fancy dinner, and Eric paid for the family to show up. I think it was the wife and maybe a kid or two or something. But he flew his family on that money too, and they rented a limousine, and that's where people were getting really mad about the limousine and the so he rented a limo allegedly, and went and met the president, and I think that was $10,000 a plate, and so yeah, just pissing people's money away, and then wants to charge $25 for a dad to come up and tell his story. $25 he started charging a piece. Eric probably has more children than he admits. That's why he doesn't work, right? And that might be true, Italian girl, because if he does get a job at truck driving job at Mayflower or some place like that again, um, they're gonna garnish his wages. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so a lot of people with child support hanging over their head will just work cash only jobs, or like Eric's doing, getting big bundles of money under allegedly false pretenses. Someone's definitely given money. He hasn't had a job in years. Right, Aquatech, and he just complained about not having money. And he said he wouldn't. In fact, when he came back and did those videos, one of the first ones he said, um, guys, I don't even have any money. Dad Talk has not even been monetized or whatever. He's got no money coming out of that. He's just been sitting there. In January, he was doing nothing, he said. He did nothing, brought in no money. And him and his brother were playing video games when he found out Patrick got arrested. So in January, he's doing nothing but playing video games. And so then he comes back telling everybody how broke he is. And he said he wouldn't even be able to pay his bills if it wasn't for his wife and some help from, and then he paused. He didn't really say where the help. I'm assuming it's her family or his family. Maybe it's his mom. I don't know. But people are picking up the slack for him, basically, is what he said. He hasn't made any money. So he's, whimpering about that, but hasn't worked either. So, yeah. So the wife and, I don't know, other family members are paying his bills. Next thing now, he's on back-to-back trips to, with his buddies again, out to Las Vegas, back-to-back trips with wrestlers. Okay, wrestlers, huh? How is that going to help your channel? How is that going to help you come home and make money? A couple photo clips with Kelsey Grammer, who probably doesn't even work anymore. Just little stuff, but nothing to do with Dad Talk. And these other guys I've never heard of. And wrestlers, just what does that have to do with anything? And how does this help your channel? Now, I could see him going on trips that are going to make his channel just blow up and, be really big and popular. That you might, think that's acceptable. But what's this going to do? What is meeting your favorite wrestlers going to do? And Kelsey Grammer. No offense to Kelsey Grammer. I'm sure he has no idea who Eric was when he took that picture. 100% I know, because he said he just met Kelsey Grammer. So, yeah, you can get, and especially at events, like if there's an event where there's celebrities there, yeah, they're there to take pictures with you. Just like he got a picture with Hulk Hogan when he went to Hulk Hogan's restaurant. Yeah, of course, they do that with everybody. Doesn't mean they're friends. Hi, Tammy, if I was her, I'd be happy as to part. Yeah, right? Yeah. She's probably glad when she probably packs his bags for him. Remember, he said he had to leave Dad Talk because he found something a lot easier. It took no effort and brought him a lot of money. That's right. I actually did a video on that. You're right. Yep. Word for word, almost. Yep. Grace, I agree. True. I wonder how much he paid for a pic with Kelsey Grammer. I think he's probably in an event where Kelsey Grammer's at. Were they in a bar? Let me see. Let me see. No, I think they're at an event hall or something. Look. It's probably I don't know. This one looks like they're at a bar. That looks like a bar. And Eric is in his, yeah, it looks like they're bellied up to a bar. If you looked hard enough, you could probably see what that placemat says. Looked like it's right into the bar. Yeah. And Japanese barbecue. There you go. They're at a Japanese barbecue place with my friends and legends. And here he is. This is backstage. Okay, so backstage. It's so weird. He's got to do the fist thing, like he's one of the fighters. Eric, you're not one of the fighters. Okay. In fact, when he did that video with the muscle shirt on, he had flabby arms like a flabby man. He was look like bat wings. When old ladies have bat wings. That's anyway. So yeah, I don't know if he's trying to pretend he's one of the fighters. Yeah. Yep. And there's Mark. See, they got the event, the placard or whatever. Yeah, so Kelsey Grammer is probably doing something at Las Vegas Caesars Forum. And backstage, somehow they got backstage passes. And yeah, that's what you do. You take pictures. Anybody that walks by, hey, isn't that Kelsey Grammer? Yeah, hey. I do dad talk. Yeah, I'm a hero. Yeah. Yeah, I bet he's not telling Kelsey about the Whittakers. The spotlight and pressure needs to stay with Eric until he pays for all the damages counts. I agree, James. And I hope the pressure, comes from the police and the handcuffs that are too tight. Personally, it's my opinion. If Eric wanted the Whitakers to have their money, he could stop by and give it to him in person on one of his trips. That's right. Well, Alicia, he could do what Mark from Soft White Underbelly. Mark is in California, and he was wiring Betty money straight into her bank account. I'm sure Betty would give him the information. He probably already has it. You know he does. He knows where she banks. Yeah, Chase Bank, Betty Whittaker. Yeah. Yeah, he could have it. What did he say? He wired the money. So he could wire the money right now, but he won't. His purple face gave it away. Yeah, right. Hey, Marshmallow. Good to see you tonight. Welcome. Hello to Marshmallow. Grace says hi. Yeah. So I don't know. Eric's depressed over the Whitakers. He didn't look depressed in this video, but yeah, he says he is. Yeah. L.E. Carroll. There you go, Kathleen. Yeah, he used Lawrence. Can't use that one anymore. He used Eric, the middle name. Yeah, he'll be L.E. Carroll. There you go. That is hilarious. I'm sending the pic now, 2 tumblers. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Eric says the money is in an account. Yeah, an account, all right. Yeah. I definitely don't believe that for a second. Not a heartbeat. There ain't no money in an account, okay? Because I think that money was gone by October. I mean, that's why I think he wanted to get Timmy his hands on Timmy because, you know, Timmy's the little goose that lays the golden egg, so he needed to get his hands on him. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, he, you know, and even on his dad talk channel, you know, he was giving in some good views on the when he hold on a second. When he first came back and did these live streams, everybody was watching, right? Because he hadn't spoken for a while. In fact, I don't think he has spoken since Patrick got arrested. I'm not sure. He did come back once, but anyway, so everybody was curious, right? And then it was the same old shit, same old story, sticking to the lies, and so he got like 15,000 and 10,000 views, and you know, enormous amount of views. So that gave him a little bit of money, but now he's back down to even when he talks about Whittaker's at the end, he was only getting a couple thousand views. So he's even that has run its course. His little time back on YouTube talking about Whittaker's, it's run its course. And if you looked, he did a couple dad talks. I think it was like 200 views. So no, he's not going to make any money off of dad talking. I think he knows it. That ship has sailed. You know what I mean? It just, people don't even want to hear his lies anymore. Even the Whittaker stuff, people are tired of it. Yep. I'm laughing, thinking how excited they probably all were. Yeah. The chance of him even thinking about his own wife is likely slim. That's right. She doesn't even cross his mind till it's time to go pick him up at the airport, you know. Oompa Loompa. dies. Anyone know Eric's current reason, excuse why he hasn't paid the Whittakers some money? He's got it. He's waiting for the police to tell him what to do. If you can believe that, that's his excuse. Hey, I don't know. You know, if I owed somebody money, I wouldn't ask the police what to do. The police would tell me, "Well, go pay the person, you idiot." And why would you ask anybody what to do? If you owe somebody money, go pay them. Well, I'm waiting for the police to tell me what to do. Patrick said Timmy spent every night at his house until from March till the extraction. I'm sure Patrick spent some cash on things for them to eat, entertainment. I wish I could donate to Timmy time. I don't think Timmy was like sleeping over at Patrick's. I don't think so. I think that now I might be wrong, but I think the Timmy sleeping over, like I might be wrong. But I mean he might have came up there from May, and I thought it was May. I thought it was May he started going up there. For May he did the videos. But yeah, I don't think he slept there every night because I know he didn't. I know he didn't. And you know why I know he didn't? Because one of the earliest videos, Patrick said Timmy was hopping in the truck and Betty was there. And Patrick said, "Okay, I'll have him back later." And Betty said, "You have to have him home before dark." And he said, "All right, we'll try." And Betty was firm. She said, "No, he has to be home before dark." So no, even in the videos in June, he had to have Timmy home by dark. So no, he wasn't staying there every night. I don't think they would have tolerated it, actually. We could make so much money off the saying, right? Yeah. Eric said the money is an account. Yeah, an invisible account. It's an imaginary account. And in that imaginary account, there's a lot of money. It's in big piles. Like McScrooge or whatever. So big you could sit on it. I'm sending the pic now. Okay, thank you. I didn't see you come in, Faith. Yes, good evening to Faith. Welcome. I'm not paying to see anyone. It don't matter who they are. It's just craziness. Yeah. Yeah, I would go to a concert, but yeah, I wouldn't pay to. I don't think so. Maybe if it was a meet and greet, if somebody I really liked. When Eric was born, they slapped his mother, right? People probably still want to slap her. Aqua, I agree. Eric's depressed over the Whittakers. He's depressed that the Whittaker money stopped. Timmy showered at Patrick's house since March, with Patrick teaching him the basic of shower and deodorant, yet Eric took credit for that. Yeah, I don't know if Patrick talked too much about that. Oh, come on, who cares? They're just people, right? He probably refers to his wife as the old ball and chain. You're right, yeah. Yeah, exactly, Debbie. Like that Hank Hill cartoon. When somebody was getting married, they did the old ball and chain trick. I think that was King of the Hill. Yeah. Yeah, oh man. But you know what? I'm pretty sure I had the clip. But when Eric said I wanted to go home, remember he called the deal off. He said, "No more Whittakers. I'm done." There was tweaky fingers in the camper and all this bullshit. So he goes back to wherever they were, the Airbnb, and him and his buddies are, partying and having a great time. And he said, "I got to get home, you guys. I really miss my wife." Like he's gonna cry. "I miss my wife," and he looked like it might be a little sexual kind of thing. He's innuendo, and Douche says, "Yeah, I bet you want to ground and pound her when you get home." That's what he said. You want to ground and pound her when you get home, which is funny because it's the same terminology that he used when they were saying that Ray was getting beat up. They were saying that BJ's old boyfriends had Ray on the ground and they were ground and pounding him. Yeah, they did a ground and pound on Ray, BJ's old boyfriend. So she hasn't had an ex-boyfriend in 20 years. So what the hell is he talking about? But he claimed that BJ's old boyfriends were ground and pounding Ray. Then later, he said that about his wife. Oh, I bet you want to go home and ground and pound her. Yeah. So if Eric's wife ever comes up, yeah, they're talking nasty, filthy stuff of what Eric's going to do when he gets home. Which, yeah. All right, she can keep him. Yeah. You're right, Mary. And Patrick taught him through verbal instructions. He didn't hover over him as if he couldn't do anything without assistance. Right. Eric acted like he just rescued a bunch of toddlers, you know what I mean, who didn't even know how to do ABCs yet. By the way, have they sent Eric down to the Ohio 13 or whatever there is? Yeah, because the nonverbals down there need him and douche. So, yeah. Somebody get a hold of Eric out in Las Vegas. Tell him to just take a flight straight out to Ohio. They need him. Nobody knows how to put lotion on anybody's knees. So, yeah, send Eric down there. He can, what did he say? I helped teach them. I taught them, you guys. I helped them and taught them and comforted them. He comforted the Whittakers, you guys. Yeah. It's like your kidnapper wanting credit for, giving you a bottle of water on the way. Right. Timmy took his own shower, put on his own deodorant, and splashed his own aftershave and cologne. I wonder if Kelsey Grammer asked him if he paid the Whittakers. Yeah, that would be great. Wouldn't that be gold? If even Kelsey Grammer heard about his bullcrap. He's like, hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the guy that didn't pay the Whittakers? No, that was funny. That's right. And it makes me wonder too, like how many people does Eric come across that actually say something about the Whittakers? I mean, something negative. And listen, if your last name was Carroll, and you lived in Waverly Hall, Georgia, which he says is a small town. If you're in a small town, your name is Carroll. And the poor wife cutting hair. She probably took the last name off her name tag. Yeah, a warm, wet hole. That's right, Alicia. Oh, and Dwayne says the only thing women bring to the table is a vagina. And Eric went a step further and said, yes, nothing but a warm, wet hole. And I got that. He's denying it now. But Eric, there's a little thing called YouTube that you videotaped yourself. We will show pennies. Eric says money is in an account. Yeah, well, let's see. Let's take a little peeky weeky. In fact, he could, if he wanted, he could show the amount that he's got. We'll never know. Because remember, it's coming out, and I don't know if it's true, but it's coming out that all of the AdSense money from all the accounts that Eric was in control, all the Whittaker money, donations and everything went into Eric's Dad Talk account. Now, if that's true, wow, just wow. To put it into, so it makes it look like it's his Dad Talk money, right? He said he slept over every night. Yeah, I think they started, pretty sure they did videos starting in May. I don't know. Patrick did say that they slept over every night. Well, then how come in the video, Betty say, you better, because Betty said you have to have them back by dark. And Patrick kind of made a joke about it. And then Betty got really serious. And she said, no, I'm not kidding. He has to be home before dark. And Patrick said, yeah, I know. I was just joking with you or something. But yeah, that one of them videos at the very beginning, he said, Betty was saying you have to have him home by dark. And he joked around and she wasn't joking. Yeah, the big block of cheese. Well, hey, up yours. Good to see you tonight. Welcome. Hope you're having a wonderful morning. Put the lotion in the basket. It puts its lotion on the skin or it gets the hose again. Hope you're well. Good to see you tonight. Up yours. Yeah, Buffalo Bill. Exactly. Put the fucking lotion in the basket. He finally lost his cool. He's trying to be really nice. Trying to be nice. Puts the lotion in on the skin or else. No, so I said, put it in the basket. Oh, that was Precious, the little puppy that fell down the well. Okay, I'm going to hurt your dog. Okay, give him, just please put Precious in the basket. Put him in the basket. Put the fucking dog in the basket. Yeah, it is silent. So I know that movie. Hey, Susan, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Susan says so much. Hope you're having a wonderful Saturday night. Yes, up yours. He could show a bank statement anytime, but he chose not to, right? Because there isn't any bank statement. If he shows his, it's probably overdrafted. Almost every night. All right. Hey, Grace, beware of the Mothman. Who is the Mothman? Well, I think it was feeling weird because no one got it at first. Oh, wait. Yes, up here. What's the, yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yeah. But with Ray, it's more like, put the lotion on your knees so everyone can worship me. Ray, put the lotion on your knees so everyone can worship me. Yeah. We should send Eric a shirt that says, yeah, I didn't pay the Whittakers, but I paid 10 grand to see Trump. Right. You owe me a car video. I do. I could put it up tonight. You know what? I drove. Yeah. So I was going somewhere. Last week and I drove by it and there was a car show and I thought, oh man, if I wasn't on my way, I would have stopped. But I did go to the car show last fall and I never did put that video up because my friend was in it a lot and I didn't know if she wanted to be in it. So I edited her mostly out. And so it's not very long because she kept talking about she kept talking about stuff we probably shouldn't be talking about on a video. So I had to keep editing it out. So anyway, but yeah, I have that. No, I'm just kidding. And I'm going to go again. It's every October. And actually my family runs that car show. So I always am there. Yeah. So I'll be going then. Yeah. Yeah, I never paid the Whittakers, but I did pay $10,000 to see Trump. Yeah, I know. But I'm serious. I will put that up because I've already edited it. Yeah. Yeah, she was talking about our weed plants and all kinds of stuff. I probably didn't want on there. So, yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I'll have to get that merch store open. And get some stuff. Let me see if he's got anything on. So, oh, here. Oh, crap. Hold on a second. All right. He's got it all up on Facebook too. Let's see here. Let's put that up here. Yeah, he's got his crap. There it is. Yeah, he's got it up on his Facebook too. If you can see. And look, started a new job at Eric Carroll, August 1st, 2020. Dad Talk, January 2020. So, oh, by the way, I caught something that he's told two different stories. Eric has told two different stories of how he started Dad Talk. Did you guys catch that? Did you catch his other story? So he was saying for the longest time. Now this is interesting that the timing of this story change when he's rewriting history. This is really interesting because for years he has said that he started Dad Talk because he was fighting for the rights of his child, and he went online and and nobody was talking about father's rights, and he just, he couldn't really, he didn't know anything, didn't know where to turn, so he made his own dad talk channel for fathers who are fighting for the rights of their children, right? Remember that? He said it all the time. Well, now the story is different. Now it came out that didn't seem like he really fought at all to see his kid. As a matter of fact, he's done the exact same thing as a deadbeat father, which is abandon the child and never pay, allegedly, according to Sarah. All right, so that doesn't sound very good anymore. So now the story is, now the story is, he told his wife that he wants to make a YouTube channel, but he doesn't really know what to do. And so she said, you should do this, you should do that. They had all of his ideas, and then he thought, hey, wait a minute, I'll do dad talk. I'll do and she said something like, well, you're good at being a dad. He said, I want to do a video. I want to do videos about something I'm good at. She said, you're good at being a dad. You should do a dad channel. He said, yeah, I should. So which story is it, Eric? Which story is it? Because that story changed after Sarah came out and said he really didn't do anything. And boy, what a difference he looks like from 5 years ago. He looks like he's aged worse than dog years, Yeah, he's gotten really old in 5 years. Yeah. Lots of t-shirt ideas. Yeah. You caught it? It's like he lives in a parallel universe. Yeah, can you imagine? Can you imagine how exhausting it must be for his wife? But that's on her. Yeah. The problem is, if I understand right, Eric lives on a compound with all his family members. Like his mom, and lives in one house, all on the same lot. Like a Carol trailer park for Carols. So like Eric has a place on the mom's lot. The mom lives there in her place. The brother lives there in his place. I don't know, it's like a compound. Now, if you're the wife living in your husband's family's compound, that might be a little awkward, you know what I mean? Especially if you're not happy. And what are you going to do? You can't throw Eric out, right? And stay there with the family in the compound. So, yeah, who knows? Maybe there's pressure for her. Yeah, I don't live in his universe either, TNT, and I'm sure glad, because that would be exhausting. Didn't he? I don't think we live in the same. Yeah. Poor guy. So I'm going to try to hold on a second. I'm going to mute this channel. I'm going to try to bring up a few clips. If the sound doesn't work, we'll wait till I get my microphone on Tuesday, but I'm going to try. Bring up a few clips. Yeah. A few clips. Yeah, and yeah, Sarah Little has. Okay, so here is, this one doesn't even have sound, so this will be fine to start out with. This is about the cops coming to Eric's Airbnb because Timmy was calling 911. I don't know how many times, dozens and dozens of times, which he's never done with anybody else, not his family, not Patrick, not anybody. But most children are taught at a young age, if you need help and you need, you want your parents and you need help, the police, dial 911. And Eric was trying to downplay it and tell everybody that he's like a baby that just was pushing numbers, you know what I mean? And so, yeah, so Eric tried to get ahead of it and tell everybody what happened, because is he probably knew it was going to come out. It's going to come out that all these 911 calls are coming out. So he made kind of fun of it, right? He made it seem like Timmy's just a jokester. And I told him. So yeah, and this was really late at night. And so here it is. August 28th, okay? Now, August 28th. August 28th was so he did a live stream with now this is the day. This is okay, so the day before on August 27th, just the day before on Wednesday, they got the temporary or restraining order. So this is on a Thursday, August 28th. So they had done a live stream. He did a live stream with Dwayne and Patrick that night. They were super excited because they got the restraining order on BJ, the temporary one. And this is the next day, August 28th. And so they had just put Timmy through hell because I'm pretty sure, I can't remember if Timmy went to the restraining order or not, but he had to go to the adult protection, right? So Timmy had gone to adult protection for days. He's not deaf. I mean, he's hard of hearing, but Timmy, I'm sure, had heard enough that he's going to be adopted and go with Eric and stuff. So I think Timmy started getting scared when the live streams were over and it was just him and Eric. Timmy started calling very late at night, started calling 911 over and over and over until the point that they came. So August 28th, the day after they got the restraining order on BJ, and the family is very upset. I mean, so Eric writes, so I just got the scare of my life and I'll share it with you guys. Sitting here on the couch, working, trying to get stuff done. Next thing I know, I look in the window and there's a flashlight going on and off on my head. I look up and there's a cop staring at me through the window, telling me to come to the door. I'm freaking out. Why in the world is the cops here? I get to the door and he asked me if there was someone here in this house with the phone number of blank, 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 blank. All right, which would be Timmy. What did he say? I said, no, sir, just me. Now, why did you say that? Why did you say it's just you? No, sir, it's just me. Of course it's Timmy with that phone number. Okay. I said, no, sir, just me. And he said, well, we had several calls to our emergency department tonight, and it's coming from this location, and we need to investigate what's going on. Now, I'm really freaking out. And about that time, okay, first he thought they would just go away and say, no, it's just me, sir. And they didn't go away. They said, well, we've had several calls coming into this location and we have to check it out. We're going to investigate. Then Eric tells the truth because they're not going away. Yeah, just about that time when they're saying, no, we have to look. About that time, I thought I bought Timmy that phone tonight. Why didn't you say it's just me and Timmy here? Yeah, got that phone tonight. Timmy had been calling the cops. The cop actually knew Timmy once he came out of his bedroom. I explained the situation. We had a laugh about it and it was over. But what a way to end the night. I explained to Timmy, I'm going to turn the phone off tonight and tomorrow I'm going to teach you a little bit more about how to use it. All right, Timmy's almost 50 years old. He knows how to use a phone. Cell phone or house phone, he knows what 911 is. This is exactly why I had not activated or put the minutes on yet. It still allowed him to call 911. Yeah, who doesn't know that? Man, I swear, I love the little guy to death, but he keeps me on my toes. Not to mention, I had to call Amazon today and cancel a subscription to HBO Max and the purchase of Paw Patrol Season 1 for $36. Okay, so how in the hell is he ordering stuff off of Amazon? If you have to teach Timmy how to use a cell phone, then and not to call 911, then how does Timmy know how to order Paw Patrol off of Amazon? I don't even know how to do that. And don't you have to? I know. Listen, I have ordered off of Amazon, and when you place your order, it will ask you which card you want to use. Yeah, they did, Grace. The cops failed Timmy that night. You're right. Yeah, they did. And he's had access to a phone his entire life, but Eric was bragging he taught him 911. Okay, if Eric taught him how to do 911, okay, if BJ comes, call 911. 911. Yeah. 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 He don't know how to use the cell phone, but he knows how to order season 2 of Paw Patrol. And somehow, because if you order off of Amazon, it asks you which card you want to use or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Mary. He had Patrick's phone constantly watching monster cars on YouTube. Never one time dialed 911. Exactly. And what are you taught? Even mentally challenged people know that 911 means you can get help. The police will come. You imagine the look on Timmy's face. And Timmy was probably trying to say something, but he's saying, oh, he's just saying he wants cupcakes. No, he just says he wants a drink of water. Okay, bye. First of all, why did you lie and say it was only you? Why did you say it was just you? Who cares about the phone? Why did you answer the door and say, no, sir, it's just me? And then after it said, well, we're not going away because the calls are coming here all night and we're going to investigate. Oh, you know what? Yeah, actually, now that you mention it, yeah, I've got somebody in the back room. Oh, really? And Tim's probably saying, help, I want to go home. Oh, yeah, he just wants more cupcakes. You can just picture what happened. Yeah, he taught him. Grace, they did, but they also had a LL. Refresh my mind. Why was Timmy crying in that video with Eric? Did we hear what Timmy was saying, or did Eric tell us why Timmy was upset? Maybe Timmy wanted to go home, get away from Eric. I think that's exactly what it was. In fact, let me see. I don't know what I put that clip under. I have that clip. Because at first there was an edited clip, but I found the whole thing in its entirety. And Eric, we don't know what Timmy was saying, and Timmy didn't know he was being videotaped. And listen, if anybody's exploiting Timmy, it was Eric in that day, because Eric had that phone off to the side, and so everybody could see him talking to Timmy. And he said, don't worry, Timmy, we're gonna get your family out of there. So he's telling Timmy that he's gonna get Lorraine and Ray out of there, away from your family. They're not gonna hurt you anymore. You're gonna be safe with me. And and you couldn't see. He had the back of the couch. So you couldn't see if they were holding hands, if he was giving them signals. You couldn't see anything. You could see maybe from the shoulder up. And so it was so staged and so, unauthentic. It was not authentic. But yeah, he was saying he's gonna, don't worry, we're gonna get your family out of there. Yeah, and that's why I would love to ask BJ, what was he saying, or any of the Whittakers. But yeah, I would love somebody to tell me what was he actually saying in that video. He's probably saying he wants to go home, and Eric's probably saying, "Yeah, you're right. BJ's horrible. I want to go home. Yeah, she's scaring you, isn't he? Don't. Yeah, I want to go home. Oh, don't worry. We're gonna get your family out of there." Mhm. Yeah, why would Tim? Yeah, how would Timmy know about ordering Paw Patrol, much less what Paw Patrol even is? That's right. He definitely underestimated Timmy. That's right. He underestimated all of them, but he did. He did. He took advantage of them, in my opinion. That would be the camouflage, right? Right. I would like to see the body cam footage of that, and I wonder if we can get that. I wonder if, yeah, you're right, Mary. You're right. Why are you picking your head, Timmy? Is it because of PJ or BJ? You're right. You're right, Mary. That is what the conversation was. Oh, look, Timmy, you're picking your head, which he's done his entire life. People told stories about when Timmy was even a little kid. He was picking his head from a young age. And that's what everybody knew him for, because the blood used to drip down his head. And so he says, "Oh, Timmy, I see you've been picking your head. Is it because of BJ?" And Timmy can't hear. Whenever you talk to Timmy, he says, "Huh? Huh?" He can't hear, but Eric's giving him cues. Yeah, are you? Because and he made Timmy cry. That's right. And this was all for exploitation. Exploited him. And so if he don't get arrested, I don't know. I would lose total faith in the justice system, at least the justice system in West Virginia, in Raleigh County, because if that is not exploitation, what is? So is Timmy being on a jet ski with Patrick exploitation, but that isn't? Oh, look, I noticed you only pick your head when you're around BJ. Like, bull crap. He picked his head his whole life. And people, yeah, it was a legend. Like, people all around the holler knew. Because Timmy would do things with the blood. I'm not even going to mention, but he would, taste it and whatever. But so it was a legend for years that, about the Whittakers. And one of the things that everybody knew was Timmy had those scabs on his head. And that's why when he drew that picture for Mark Laeda, it looked like two eyes, but as Kenny explained, he draws a picture of a one-eyed man, and that other two dots are the scabs on top of his head, because Timmy sees himself that way. He sees himself with one eye and two scabs on top of his head. Yep, but Eric will tell you he had it cleared, rubbing stuff on. Yeah, and that's bullcrap. In fact, one time he said it was cleared, you could see it was a bandage over it, a skin-colored bandage. So yeah, it looked better when there's a Band-Aid over it. Yeah. But yeah, made it seem like he never picked his head before. It's a new thing because of BJ. Like, wow. Anybody around the holler knows that's a lie. Yeah, and he made Timmy cry. How is that not exploitation? Yeah. So that was one of those. Yeah. Let me pull up. Yeah, and that was the day after the restraining order. So imagine, he's scared because, listen, Timmy was brought to the adult protection. Timmy's listening while Eric is filling out adoption papers, talking about being adopted, talking about bringing them to Georgia. It's probably scaring the heck out of Timmy. And then his aunt, and I'm sorry, his cousin BJ, Eric says that your cousin's too dangerous to be on the property. The cousin that you've known your whole life is too dangerous to be on the property. And your cousin's hurting you. And your cousin's making you pick your head. And we got the police to get rid of your cousin. And now he's in this Airbnb with this guy who's destroying his family. Yeah, of course he got mad. In fact, let me see if I can pull up a couple clips. And this is the day that he got told that, and this video got immediately taken down. I mean, he took it down that same day, but I got clips. Timmy doesn't need to be at home no more. Yeah, we're gonna listen to this one. Hopefully the sound will be okay. Yeah, this one's called Timmy Doesn't Need to Be at Home No More. Yeah, oops. I'll load that one up. Let's see. Yeah, okay, and then the day, and then remember, August, what day? August 30th. What happened on that? August 30th. Oh, okay. That was right before Labor Day. That was Labor Day weekend when they had him in the Airbnb. But yeah, he wouldn't even bring Timmy home to see his mom, and he was crying in the shower for his mama. Eric's like, no, he's calling for my mom. He calls her Nana. Like, okay. You know, because Timmy's grandparents, you know, sure they were passed away many years ago. Timmy's mother is in her 70s, so he probably, I don't even know if Timmy ever met his grandma. I know he was very sad when his Aunt Barbara died, because Eric brought up Aunt Barbara knowing it makes Timmy cry. And he gets really upset if you bring up Aunt Barbara. And so who knows? Maybe he's bringing up Aunt Barbara before this when he starts crying. All right, we'll pull this one up. So yeah, he knew what made Timmy cry. But I doubt he probably even met his grandparents because they're, you know. All right, let me see if I can, hold on a second. Let me mute my stream here. My computer is so old. Hold on a second. All right. All right, here we go. And this is when this is the day that Betty told Eric that he's not bringing. That whole Friday is what set him off, and this is what made him cancel everything. Now he should have played his cards right, but he's a big baby that didn't get his way. So he just heard that Betty is not going to let him go back to Georgia tomorrow. All right, go ahead, Eric. What are you crying about? I get sound down here. Yep. I got to make some calls. Hold on a second. Let me turn it up a little bit so you can hear it. He says, I need to make some calls. Timmy doesn't need to be there because he just got told he's not bringing Timmy to Georgia. And I don't know why you can't hear it very well. Let me turn it all the way up. I got to make some calls. Timmy doesn't need to be there. Now, what I was accused of earlier, trying to take the family away. Mm-hmm. Okay, now mind you, and you see that? He said he's been accused all week that he's trying to have the state take away Timmy and the family. He just got told no. So now he's going to make calls down to the adult protection, which he did on this Friday. And guess what? Monday morning, they were taken away. Just days later. He's promising right here that y'all thought I was going to take away the family with the state. Well, I didn't before, but now I'm going to. Because he didn't get his way. Because if he can't have Timmy, nobody's going to have Timmy. Now, this is when he thought adult protection was going to, let him have Timmy. So if he doesn't get Timmy the easy way, he's going to take him the hard way. I got to make some calls. Adult protection. Timmy doesn't need to be there. Now. What I was accused of earlier this week? Saying I was trying to get the state. I never did. There you go. Timmy does not need to be there around BJ. This sucks. It sucks because he didn't get to bring Timmy to Georgia. So, all right, you're not gonna do it the easy way. We can do it the hard way. And that's when he got adult protection to extract them Monday morning. Now, what I think was going to happen, I think what he thought was going to happen was he would take Timmy home Saturday. Lorraine and Ray would be extracted. And then that would, pretty much ruin the Whittakers. So yeah, that's what, and I don't know if the sound was really low on that one. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, here. Now this was, you guys, this was the next day. Now, after the Airbnb, he said everybody was chasing him. They were finding him. So this was, no, I'm sorry. This was Monday. This was when he was in the hotel. Now, after the Airbnb, when the family got taken, Eric was down with them on Monday when they were taken, Tuesday the next day, and by Wednesday, everybody's in hotels, including Eric. All right, so here's Eric. He did not get his way with Timmy. He is at adult protection. Look, this was on, I don't even know where I got this. It says Whittaker Family Syntax Channel. This is terrifying. Keep Eric Carroll away from Timmy Whittaker. Eric admitting he'll be making some calls to APS. I just showed you that. Now watch. I'm not leaving Timmy. Look at this sick shit. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm going to find it. Look at it. And they in adult protection considered him to be the new daddy that Timmy doesn't need and nobody asked for. Look at this. This is see the wall behind him. This was on Monday, and you know what? This is so weird because I know this is either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday because the last 3 days when they're in the hospital before. When they were extracted, Eric went to a hotel. Him and Douche went to a hotel. And this is the hotel that they were in. And do you remember the video? This is the video where Eric held up, which we're supposed to believe was Patrick's criminal record, which was like an inch thick. All right. Now, you could print out his criminal record on 1 or 2 sheets of paper. So I think that was just for effect. It was just drama. Oh, look at Patrick's big criminal record. But anyway, remember, day 1 of the extraction, they brought them in ambulances down to the hospital to be checked out. Now, Eric was told, he was told as soon as Timmy got checked out of the hospital and they said his health is okay, he can go back with Eric because Eric had some 4th of July fireworks, or not 4th of July, they had some fireworks planned for Timmy. And he was supposed to go to Universal Studios or something, SeaWorld or something. But so he had all these big plans to take him home Monday after the extraction. Now, Timmy and Lorraine were probably had to be sedated. Who knows? But they were obviously traumatized. We saw Timmy screaming on the way to the ambulance with the police and everything else. His family just got torn apart. So Timmy is traumatized. But Eric is back in the hotel, thinking, I'm going to get him. But Monday they said, you know what, Eric, we can't let you take Timmy tonight. They just got extracted today. It's all over social media. Everybody knows about it. It's just not a good time. Come back tomorrow. And, obviously Timmy's probably saying, please don't let me go. Well, the next day, Mark and Eric comes down. Now, this was a Tuesday. And they go down to the hospital to see the Whittakers once again. And he said that there were some people that stopped Eric. And Eric boasted that, oh, no, it's me, Eric Carroll. Me and my friend Mark here are the only ones from the outside that were allowed to see the Whittakers. Can you imagine that? Not even their own family could see him, but adult protection allowed Eric and his friend Mark Douche to come in. The only two allowed to see the Whittakers were him and his friend, who don't barely even know Timmy. Friend never even met Timmy, maybe once, when they were yelling on the porch and accusing the family. So the second day, they stopped Eric and said, I don't know. And Eric's like, no, he's like, he's got this, pass to get in. So he had a little bit of hesitation. Eric said the second time, it's a little trouble getting in, but he got in and saw Timmy and showed the nurses how to communicate, and he comforted the family. Well, he said the third day on Wednesday, the 10th, okay, because 8th was Monday, they got taken. Eric didn't get to take him home. The 9th was Tuesday, and they said, no, you still can't take him home. He's a little shook up, you know what I mean? And then, because he's probably saying he don't want to go. And then Wednesday, Eric came and he got stopped. Him and Douche got stopped. No more special pass for Eric. And they told Eric, well, the second day or the third day, they accused Eric of trying to take pictures or something. They said, you can't be in here trying to get no videos. And said, I don't want to take videos. I just want to take Timmy. And they're like, nah, ain't gonna happen. So on Wednesday, when they came, they completely stopped Eric, told him, no, you're not going to see him. Just go home. And so, according to Mark and Eric, they were out in the parking lot and they didn't know what to do. They were turned away from seeing Timmy. They're turned away from seeing everybody. Everybody's attitude, the workers and the hospital's attitude changed drastically against Eric and his friend. And remember, at some point, Eric's friend Mark said that he sat across the table from adult protection and accused them of killing his friend's wife or husband or whatever. And so when did this meeting take place? When did Mark Douche basically threaten the adult protection? Because I don't know, whatever it was, by Wednesday the 10th, Eric and Mark Douche are sitting in the parking lot wondering what they should do because they just got told that you're not taking Timmy. They told him to go home and we'll call you. We'll give you a video call or something. But right now is not a good time. So Eric and Mark are sitting in the parking lot Wednesday the 10th of September. And after the third day. And supposedly people were giving Eric death threats. So Mark, his friend, kept telling Eric, get in the car, because Eric was pacing around or whatever. And Mark's like, somebody might shoot you, you know what I mean? And all this nonsense. I mean, so, Mark was afraid that, and they just heard that Charlie Kirk was assassinated. So he's like putting him at the same story as Charlie Kirk, like, oh man, now we might get assassinated, whatever. So then the day Charlie Kirk died on the 10th, they drove home. That's when him and Mark drove home because they got told. But I think this is the day that adult protection, I'm pretty sure this is Wednesday the 10th, the day that adult protection told him, no, just go home. You're not getting Timmy. There's some things we got to take care of. It's not a good time. Just go home. We'll get home. Don't call us. We'll call you. So this is, I think, he's mad because now APS, first Betty said you can't take Timmy. And now I think adult protection, this is the day they said he can't take Timmy. Go ahead. I'm not leaving Timmy. I don't know where. Did you see that? I'm not leaving Timmy. But I'm not leaving Timmy. This is when they told him, no, go home. You're leaving Timmy. And I think, look at the look on his face. I'm not leaving Timmy. I'm not leaving Timmy. I don't know where. I don't know how. But I'm going to find you, buddy. I mean, this is sick. He doesn't barely even know Timmy. And he thinks it's like his child that he's been fighting for his whole life or something. And that's why he was out of his mind with anger, because now adult protection said, you're not getting him. I don't know how, I don't know where, but I'm going to find you, buddy. I'm coming. And you guys, adult protection, go ahead. Look at this. And you guys can. I'm not leaving Timmy. Well, you did, so there's that. And that's probably when they moved Timmy to a hotel to get him the hell away from this psychopath. I don't know where, I don't know how, but I'm going to find you, buddy. I'm coming. And you guys. You guys can bet on that. Yeah, that's the day he got told by adult protection to scram. You're not bringing Timmy home. No, look at the look on his face. What a psychopath. Mm-hmm. All right. I'm back in the chat. Yeah, only Eric knows how to, yeah. I mean, isn't that sick? He bragged that him and Douche were the only ones from the outside of the hospital that could visit him. Wow. The one who tried to ruin them. And the one who owes the family tens of thousands of dollars, you know what I mean? I mean, didn't adult protection put two and two together? Hey, this is the same guy who wants Timmy, who's making a lot of money off Timmy, and he wants to take Timmy home, and he hasn't paid the family. He owes them a lot of money. I mean, motive. How many more motives do they have to see? Yeah. That would be the cameras for, yeah. Are you picking your head because of Timmy, because of BJ? Yeah. With who? CC. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That's exactly what he did. It amazes me. Oh, wait. These comments are hard. All right. Yeah, Eric is a bully. He made Timmy cry. Yep. But Eric will tell you he had it cleared up, rubbing stuff on it. Yeah. No, it's called a Band-Aid, because when he had a close-up, you could see it was a Band-Aid. From far away, it looked like it was cleared up, but up close, it was a Band-Aid. Skin-colored Band-Aid, flesh-colored. Men are not men anymore. I struggle trying to raise a real man alone, right? And it always amazed me how grown men are bullies. They must get their testosterone flowing, right? Timmy can tell APS and the police all about Eric and what happened. He's smart and they are learning his language. Timmy can be huge in this case. Timmy's smart and honest. His mind is sharp. You're right, always, Faith. Um, and Timmy knows how to read and write, and he knows yes and no. They can just ask yes and no questions. You know what I mean? And then if they want details, they can get that out of him. Yeah, by now they've had him 9 months or something. Yeah. Oh, it was July, August, September. Wow, they've had him 10 months. 10 months. So yeah, they probably figure out what they're saying by now. Unlike Eric. Oh, he said we ate cupcakes. Yeah, that's not what he said. That's what I think happened always, Faith. They got the truth out of Timmy and Lorraine and put the stops to the bit. Yeah. And what did it take? The third day. They got him down there the first day. Everybody's freaked out. The second day, they probably calmed him enough to say, yeah, Timmy doesn't, you want to go with Eric? No. Mama. You know what I mean? You can just picture it. Yeah. And so by the third day, they definitely know that Timmy's definitely afraid of Eric. And they said, no, you need to go home. We'll call you. And then about a week or two, maybe a week later, Eric got to have, because Eric was still feeding them information and probably being useful, Eric got to have a video call, like a video call with Timmy. And Eric had his whole family on the compound there. And they showed Timmy his first fireworks ever, which Patrick said he showed him the first fireworks, months earlier. So, yeah. Yeah. You're right. And you're right. And Timmy's probably told his family everything in detail because they have their own language. So we might not understand it, but yeah, they've told each other in full. Yeah. Yeah. Imagine all the things. Right. Yeah. Imagine all the things Timmy heard Eric saying. Wouldn't doubt Timmy told Betty too. That's right. And that's why when Eric showed up after the Amish visit, Timmy said, no, he doesn't want to go with. And that really pissed off Eric. And I showed in one of the videos, he said he was so mad standing on that porch when he saw PJ was in that camper. He said, I was so mad. And Timmy was sitting there. He said, I couldn't even look at him. I mean, them. I couldn't look at them. He corrected himself, but he was right. He said he was so mad at Timmy, I couldn't even look at him. I mean, them, he said. I have that, and I've showed it. So, yeah, he did say he was so mad at Timmy, he couldn't even look at him on that Friday. And then he corrected himself. I mean, them. I couldn't look at them. Yeah. Like how he says he let time the night Patrick when they went to see the Amish. Yeah, the night with Patrick. Yeah, so when they were at the Amish, of course it was the boys' trip, right? And I think it's awesome that they're very mad at the investigators and what's his name? Gilkerson. They're mad at the investigators because the investigators don't believe the Amish story. And I sure hope it's from these videos. Because, yeah, I called that out immediately. Don't tell me you had to go speak Pennsylvania Dutch and buy a big block of cheese to talk to the bishop. I mean, how did he think anybody was going to believe that? I mean, some did, but most people. Listen, if you got 6,000 people on a live stream, you can't be lying. You can't be making up stuff about anything. Because somebody out here, including me, knows all about the Amish and knows that's bull crap. Yeah, that was weird. Hey, Florida, how are you? Yeah. Doing well. How are you? Hope you're doing better. Yeah, ring ring. My struggles remain. Some days are better. See you as friends and look forward to it. Yes, well, I look forward to this too. I'm sorry, we're always here for you, friend. Yeah, we are. I wish us usual could have a backstage chat. Yeah, we could. We could sometime. We'd have to have you guys grab the link and go backstage. Right, Tinty? We have eyes. Yeah, since we have eye, right? Yeah. Oh, we should. I'll work on that. And actually, all you'd have to do is put up a StreamYard link. You guys could click the link, and we could get you backstage. And then I sign off, and it's just us. Yeah, lots in the bushes. I'll let Kathy know about that. Grace is also here. Yeah. Yeah, that would be fun. Hey, Two Paws, good to see you tonight. Is there anybody else I didn't say hi to? Yeah. This is bizarre to watch Eric get the backfire. Yeah. Yeah. Like how crazy he was. Look at how crazy he was. And now it makes sense, like hindsight, right? So if you know that this is the day that even adult protection said you're not taking Tim. First it was Betty and Timmy didn't want to go. Then he said, oh yeah, I'll call adult protection. He gets the family extracted. Then the adult protection said, we're not giving you Timmy either. And that's why he lost. Timmy, I don't know how. I don't know where, but somehow, Timmy, I'm coming for you. I'm going to find you, buddy. I'm going to find you. Find you? Okay, so they hit him on Eric. I mean, that's what that means. They hid him. They hid Timmy from Eric. Otherwise, why is he saying, I'm going to find you? I'm going to find you. Mm-hmm. He's not leaving Timmy, but he just made a video telling his daughter, when you're 18, you can come find me. He isn't fighting to see her at 18. Yeah, she can find him. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just going to walk away and, I'll catch up with you down the road. So when you're 18 and you're able to leave home, then you and I'm paraphrasing, then you and I, we can meet up. And when we meet, I'm going to give you a big, long hug. And when I hug you, you're going to know that I loved you the whole time. Really? I don't know. Break the pills in half next time, Eric, because I think you're tripping. Right, always faith. Flesh and blood can find him. Breadcrumbs for where to look. Wherever Timmy is. Yeah. Yeah. And then he's seeing himself as Charlie Kirk. And some people, so supposedly he went to this convention and spent people's money to go to this convention. And Charlie Kirk was at the convention, according to him. And Eric supposedly has this video of him interviewing Charlie Kirk. Now, other people said that's a lie. That he edited to make it look like, because it shows Charlie Kirk talking and then Eric talks and then Charlie Kirk talks. So you could make up. People were saying that he made that interview up, that he never met him. So I mean, this is the kind of stuff that people said before the Whittakers. I mean, I'm sorry. People were saying stuff about him before the Whittakers, and when he said that about Charlie Kirk and put that up, now it's like really obvious because people don't trust him anymore. So you can't take his word about anything, including, after the Whittakers, now including his Charlie Kirk interview. People aren't even believing that anymore. Whether it's true or not, who knows? But now you got to doubt everything he says, How would it look if Eric took Timmy home and at bedtime, Timmy crawls into bed with Eric and his wife? Yeah. What's he going to do? He's not going to sleep alone. No big deal. Eric would just kick her out of bed. Yeah, she can sleep on the couch. That's right. Maybe she can go sleep in the Dad Talk studio. He's got to try to teach Timmy how to his 1, 2, 3s and ABCs. I didn't realize this is only for those certain people. And backstage chat, I thought I seen. Have a good chat and good night. Yeah, this is only for certain people. Oh no, 2 pods. It's not what she meant. No, they're talking about the trolls that are watching. You're not considered a troll. It would be those of us that are coming on here every night or regular like you. So no, it's not excluding you, Buzz. She's talking about the trolls, the people that make bad videos about us. So maybe it's because Eric's actions that the family was also denied visits. Yeah. Yeah, and now somebody was saying that when these pictures got out of the family at the swimming pool that were leaked, somebody said that screwed up their next visit. Now I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true or not, but it could have, because think about it from their point of view, the people down at adult protection and the people at the wherever Timmy, Ray, and Lorraine are staying at, now they know that there's a security breach. And people could easily track down the Whittakers by looking at that swimming pool. You can see the tiles, you can see the windows, you can track down where that pool was. There's only so many. And so, yeah, that would be a security breach now. And so what do they got to do? Move the Whittakers to a different place? Do they have to go through the entire staff and see who did it? It shouldn't be too hard. I don't think there's probably more than a handful of people that are have access to the Whittakers. So it should be easy to find out who took those pictures. You know, and if they did rent that pool for a couple hours for privacy, it narrows it down even more. That means the public wasn't even there. Can't blame it on the public. Maybe it's because of Eric's actions that the family was also denied visits. Could be. Can't wait until Eric gets his just, right? Yeah. I don't know how long that's going to be, but it can't be soon enough. Hope it's cooler over in Wisconsin. It is here. Yeah. Hey, Patrick. Good to see you tonight, Preliminal. Hope you're doing well. Subject is Whittakers. Yeah. Good to see you tonight, Patrick. Grace, it's about just right here, 75 degrees. Not overly hot. Yeah, the daytime was a little too much for me. I had to take it in small doses when it's that hot. Whew. Patrick, as always, whatever we bring up, Kath talks about. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of going by the chat. 73, that's a good, comfortable temp. We should call Eric Larry. Yeah. And you see how he's doing those? He was trying to do like voice impressions of Larry and voice impressions of Betty. Now he's mocking them, right? But before this, the sun and rose and set on the Whittakers. Now he can't trash them enough. Sounds like some scandal. It's a scandal. It's probably more than a scandal. Hey, Red Frog, good to see you tonight. Not at all. There's probably 25 people in here bushwashing. Yeah. Yeah. No, she's not talking about you guys. She's talking about the haters. And they can watch. Nothing's stopping them. I mean, this is better than anything else on. I don't blame them. Not at all. It's, yeah. Trolls, don't give them any room in your mind. That's right. Nope. Yeah, that's right. Yep. We don't, Patrick. We don't care. Yeah, we don't care about the trolls, Patrick. No, don't even mention them. Yep. I don't give them, yeah, what we give our attention to can either help or distract us. That's right. Yeah, they're bottom feeders. That's right. They get feed off the bottom. It's funny because back last fall, the trolls were taking all my information, all my original work, my ideas and my discoveries and my information, and they would copy it. And then they would go on their show and pretend like they made it up. And then in the meantime, trash me, the one that they're getting all the information from. Hey, Rose, good to see you. Not a troll, but always here. Watch on TV, but had to use so to say hello. Love his chat. Well, thank you, Rose. I know there's a lot of people who aren't haters that watch in the bushes because I personally watch from the bushes almost every single channel I go to. I never say anything. For number one, is because I just don't. For one thing, if you write in the chat, then other people think you're there and they start talking to you. And what I do, I always am busy. I have something to do at every waking moment. So I have live streams on in the background. And I have it on while I do my chores. I have it on while I'm cutting grass. I have it on so where I can never look at the chat, right? So, and I'm not a troll. These are channels that I like. I love them. My favorite channels, and I never talk in the chat. So, I 100% am all cool with people who watch from the bushes because that's me. I'm a bush watcher. I watch from the shadows, and rarely do I ever comment on anybody's chat or video. It's just me. And I've been on here, I don't know. I've been watching YouTube since 2011. That's my first channel, 2011. I didn't do videos till 2016. But 2011, I started watching, and to this day, I just don't never go in the chat. And then people will say hi, and then I think, oh crap, and I got to go find the chat and go say hi. And by that time, it's faster. It's just easier watching sometimes from the bushes. So no hate for anybody watching. I appreciate people watching, and thank you, Rose Spike. I appreciate that. So yeah, it's okay if you don't comment. There's just a small handful of people that hate this channel, and nothing I can do about it. Yet they watch, and they have not heard yet about a little red X that you can just click off and go to somewhere else. I looked it up. I can't remember how many. I think there's 100 million channels. And I think if I remember right, 60 million channels on YouTube upload on a regular basis. So there's 60 million channels doing videos. So if you don't like me, you can go to another one. And if you don't like other people, you can go here. And that's what I do. And I don't hold anything against anybody if you're at another channel. Don't care. Don't care. And yeah, so that's why when I see videos, I rarely know what's in the chat because I have it in the background when I'm doing my work. Yeah. So yeah, so no, I don't have the time or the energy to waste on the bottom feeders that want to hate on the channel. You absolutely love when you do voiceover. Oh, yeah. Sometimes I get a little sarcastic. Thanks for being here, Rose. And I appreciate anybody that's watching, whether you're commenting or not commenting. I appreciate you. Yeah, we are good people. The art of stream chat is a group effort. That's right. Yeah, I'm always interested in the chat. You're welcome. Toddy lets it distract her and affect her channel. Yeah, she's got a different style than me. She will fight back with those people. She will. Everybody does things different. I just and sometimes she feels like she has to speak up because people do say a lot of awful things, but I just ignore my style is just to ignore them. She does she does defend herself. So yeah, each person handles it differently. Each person, yeah. I've definitely been in the bushes for a long time. Oh, hey, Raka. Let's see. Good to see you tonight. Raka Sand Kennel. Rack Gassan Kennel. I'll call you Rack. Well, thanks for coming out of the bushes. It's okay. Like I said, I'm totally fine. Whatever makes you guys happy and comfortable. In my subscriptions, the channel usually moderate a disrespectful person right out of the room. Yep. I think I subbed to Kathy around 2016. Yes, you have been. Patrick's probably been here 10 years. So that's when I first started doing videos in 2016. So actually, on Thanksgiving will be my 10-year anniversary of doing videos. So did my first video on Thanksgiving in 2016. Yeah, I've been going ever since. I think I want to start a channel making teaching a different craft each week. Would it go over? Yeah, there's people, there's something for everybody, and there's a lot of people who are into crafts. Well, hey Ernie, good to see you tonight. Ain't no one in the here bushes but us chicken. Oh, hey Ernie, good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. Hope the wifey's doing well. Hey Ernie, I saw that you might get a puppy soon. Your little Roscoe might be studying himself out to get a puppy. So congratulations if you get a puppy. Anyway, you got a cute dog. Anyway, good to see you tonight, Ernie. Hope everything is going well in your world. You're making homemade paper. That is interesting. I'd follow on TNT. There you go, and you could get some subs right out of here. Yes, except you have to gradually build a font. Yeah, it does. It takes a little time. You gotta be patient, you know. Sir, what sculptures are you working on? Well, I made a few birds and a caterpillar and mushrooms. I feel like tomorrow. I'm sorry. Rose says, I feel like I know E1 just watching. Everyone, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I know you guys. Well, thanks, Rose. I'm glad you're happy here. Mushroom finished. What about countertop? Yes, they look amazing. I love them. Probably fit right in, Rose. Yeah, she says she's been watching. Rose's chat is friendly. Join anytime. I'm in the bushes a lot because they're usually busy doing something. Yeah. Hey, Miss January. I don't know if I said hi. Did I? Think earlier. Yes. And so, yeah. And I 100% am cool with that because I, too, am a bushwhacker. I'm not a basic bit craft girl. I could teach lots of things. There you go. You should. Should start a channel. Yeah, crafting channels do very well because there's a lot of people into crafting. You know what I mean? You can make a channel about anything. But we saw me and Grace saw somebody had a channel about colored pencil drawings. Remember Grace? This lady was doing a channel about colored pencil art. And she got trolls, you guys. A poor lady. She was just doing I think it was colored pencil drawings or something. And she got trolled. So yeah. Yeah, just block the trolls. My advice, guys, if you got a troll, just block them. Because I mean, if they know, for sure they're a troll, because they're not there to for you to convince anything. They're there to cause a distraction and to upset you. So yeah, I don't tolerate. Yes, thank you. It was a spirograph channel. Yeah, so there was this lady had it was spirograph. Remember spirograph when you're a kid? You know, the plastic little wheel things and you do spirographs. Well, this lady's got a spirograph channel. Yeah, and she was using colored pencils. And yeah, she got trolled big time. And I couldn't believe it. I'm like, okay, if she's getting trolled, what chance has anybody got? Yeah, say it. Pour sculptures sounds interesting. Concrete sculptures. Do you pour concrete into molds? My channel is about art and abstract expression music. Yes. Yeah, Patrick Preliminal there. He's had a channel for a long time. And he does art. You just do what makes you happy, you know. No, I just do it by hand with chicken wire and fabric and make it into more clay consistency. Kathy, I would love for us regulars to be able to come privately backstage. You can verify individually. Yeah, yeah, we could. I think I think it has a I think it has a capacity of 10 people, if I remember right. I have the paid version of StreamYard, so I think you can get like 10 people maybe backstage. Say it. Okay, cool. So by what? An angry, obsessive man? What else? Yeah, right. Yeah. And that too, when the spirograph lady with the colored pencils, when she was getting trolled, it was by an angry old man, an obsessive, angry person, a man giving this poor colored pencil spirograph lady a hard time. It's like, oh my gosh, people, go to therapy or something. Don't come on YouTube and try to make yourself feel better by trashing on people. It's it's sad. It's sad. There are probably 10 of us regs tonight. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'd have to probably figure out how I could do that. Yeah, let me figure out how to do it, and then I'll probably be able to take 10 people. Not tonight, but it will be. I will be. I don't know how long I'm going to be on here still tonight, but yeah, so no matter what it is, you could have a channel about little kittens playing with a ball of yarn, and you're going to get somebody in there that hates you. All right, because yeah, not everybody is well balanced. It seems like the unbalanced people seem to make it to YouTube to make themselves feel better. Oh, so is how it is. Well, thank you. She just put up Lady Plains. Yeah, that video of the puppet. What's his name? Edward Weiner. And that was hilarious when he stuck his tongue out. I know Florida and Alicia have to, yeah, right. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna actually. Here's what I could do. I could plan it out and I could send you guys the link through the email, and then it'd probably be better. I could email you guys links, whoever wants to chat backstage, and or I could get a Discord, but anybody's allowed in the Discord, so that doesn't really solve anything. I know people talk in Discord, but yeah, other people getting in there. So a narcissist person will put others down as a way to prop up their delusional trip. Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it with Eric. And I think everybody's had at least one narcissist in your life by now. So you know it when you see it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, that's kind of what people are. Just get some therapy for God's sake. Maybe they can give you some medications or something. All right, let me see if I got another video. Let's see what I've been on here. 2:23. Okay, I'll go to 3 hours because I don't want to make it too long. It's just too hard for people to watch on a replay. All right, here's one that I caught. Eric started documenting things against Patrick. Okay, now he said the first time he met Patrick, he started documenting things, such as what Patrick was doing. Now his story conflicts its own self because he told us that he thought Patrick was a good guy. He had done some things wrong in his past, but he was trying to be a better person and blah blah blah. But that's not what he said recently. Now he's saying that he had his eye on Patrick the whole time. That he knew right from the beginning Patrick was bad, and he was just he figured he would just take notes. So yeah, I'm going to be pulling this up here in a second. And he also said that he had his eye on Lorraine pointing at her forehead from the first visit. And so he was bound and determined to figure out why she was pointing at her own forehead. Hold on a second. Let me pull this up. So I have a 3-minute clip. Oops. Well, this one's loud. I think I recorded them at different sound levels. Maybe he's trying to do the right thing. All right, you guys might remember this. This was recently. This was after he's changing his story. And now he had, oops, I may need to turn one of these off. All right. Let me know if this sound is okay. Give some of this to the Whittakers, like when we get back in there. Okay. At his house now, every single bit of it. The guy that didn't have any money that went, let me buy the air conditioner, went to Boot Barn, spent over $500, and went for coffee, and went to Chick-fil-A. Okay. That picture there. By then. Okay, and I blame Eric. If I came in from out of town and I met Patrick and we were going to do Whittaker videos, it's the first time I met Patrick. And if we were over at the Whittaker's house on the porch, it was really hot. And Patrick said, hey, we're going to go, buy you an air conditioner. Well, I would have said, I'm not even a man, but I would have said to Patrick, oh, that's nice of you to buy them an air conditioner, because we haven't gotten paid yet and I'm broke. So he didn't say that though. When Patrick said, you can buy the air conditioner, then Eric, as a man, you should have stood up and said, I ain't got money for that. I got a family and I'm barely making it. You're the one that told me you're getting an air conditioner, so you can go explain it. You can tell him you spent all the money on Chick-fil-A sandwiches. And by the way, somebody did ask Patrick if he ate all 10 chicken sandwiches. And Patrick said that's ridiculous. No, he didn't. I don't know where the chicken sandwiches went. But nobody forced Eric to buy air conditioner. Because if they went to Boot Barn and they went to Chick-fil-A and they went to coffee and then you get to Lowe's and he says, I don't have money for an air conditioner, I'd say, okay, well then let's just head back. Let's go back to the Whittakers. You can tell them that just tell them they're sold out or something, right? In fact, he had a way out because he went to Walmart and there was no air conditioners. They were sold out. Well, there's your out, Eric. Just go back to the Whittakers, tell them that they're sold out. Because guess what? Whittakers didn't even want the air conditioner. That was for you, for a show. Man, go ahead. What were you saying? The first red flag. And then the one that almost made me leave was the one finding out he had stolen tools from the boy's grandma. That almost made him leave. Finding out Patrick stole tools from somebody's grandma. Almost made him leave. But he didn't. He didn't. $1,200 worth of tools that belonged to her husband that well, maybe everybody wanted to leave when they found out all the GoFundMes that you spent their money on. How can you sit here on your righteous throne here and cast judgments against Patrick, who allegedly stole $1,200 of tools from someone's grandma, when you yourself have got a long history of people complaining that you spent literally hundreds of thousands of dollars on your trips and stuff? But we're supposed to all hate Patrick. This is a hypocrite. This is somebody who's pointing the finger away from himself. But yeah, we could all bring up a whole bunch of people that said you ripped them off too. Maybe it didn't go to court, but they're saying that you ripped them off. So Patrick has one person in the past that's saying they got ripped off. Eric, you've got probably a dozen people. And they're coming out of the woodwork right now, by the way. Yeah. Now that Eric's finally being, unveiled for who he is, people are finally starting to speak up. So, yeah, we can say much more about Eric's past. But go ahead. Sold them. You did it too.
There was some guy saying, "You are fake. You are a fraud. Everyone here knows you're a fraud." I heard all of this. He said, "You're on there trying to make it look like you're this good guy and you want to take care of that family, but I know who you are."
It's like he's looking in the mirror. You're acting like this good guy that wants to take care of this family, but we know who you are, Eric.
And I'm going to go put it out there, and I'm going to have.
And I did put it out there. That's right, I did.
And he throws the phone at me and tells me to take care of it.
You know, I would like to ask Patrick, did you throw the phone at Eric and told you to take care of your tool problem? You know what I mean? Or did, and if so, was it because Eric said that you got all this big money coming? Maybe Eric can calm the guy down and say, hey, tell him we got money coming, I'll pay you back. That's probably more likely what happened. Patrick probably said, hey, can you tell this guy I'll pay him back? We got money coming. But yeah, I would like to know why, if and why Patrick handed the phone to Eric if this happened. Because first Eric said it happened during the live stream. Well, it wasn't a live stream. Meet Patrick and Eric was a recorded video, and it didn't put out till like the day after. So there's no way that the guy called during the live stream.
It's that freaking insane, guys. Like, what are you telling me? So the guy starts speaking to me and started smarting off at me at first. And I'm like, hey, you don't know me. I don't know you. Let's not go there. But tell me what happened. Like, I want to hear this. And as he told me, I looked over and asked him, is this true? He shook his head, yes. Oh, my God. I wanted to leave.
And look at the past Eric has. Look at all the victims that Eric's got. And this one guy comes out and he's just appalled. Wow, he wanted to leave.
He told me he did it. He told me he knew that he had messed up a lot in life, really poured it on thick. He said, I want to get better. I've made a lot of bad choices in my life, but I promise you, I'm trying to get better. And, you know, that's one of the things, like, I need you, please help me. I want to get my car.
Please help me. Right. I want to get better, Eric. Please help me, please. As he groveled and grabbed his pant leg. Please, please. Yeah, anybody buying this?
That's one of the things, like, I need you.
I need you.
Me.
Please help me. I need you.
I wanted to get my car and leave right then. But I also now have people that are dependent on
No, you don't. And this part really is so stupid. But I wanted to leave, but now I have people who are depending on me. Who's depending on you, Eric? The Whittakers just met you for the first time. As a matter of fact, they met Tyler Olivella and they couldn't even remember the guy's name a week later. Who? Tyler who? Yeah, you would have just been one more person coming and go. Nobody are depending on you. Oh, he couldn't leave because the Whittakers were depending on you. How? How? To this day, it's a year later and you still haven't given them $1. So how were the Whittakers depending on you the first time that you met them? No, Eric. The truth is you were depending on them. That's why you couldn't leave. Because you told us you had no money. And the Whittaker thing was some quick cash that had very little work. Of course, he changed that later to this is a lot of work. Help me.
And it was just a crappy situation being guys. But ever since that first trip, I was talking nonstop.
You can't. The sound is garbled. Is the sound really bad? Well, thank you, Miss January. Thank you for that gift. I appreciate that. Let me look at the chat. Yeah, TNT, I sent your email to Alicia. Yeah, right before, right as I was coming on, I did. I think you and I have lots in common. Let's see. Sent the email. Sounds not good. All right, the sound's not good. Okay. All right, good night, Patrick. Have fun painting. Thank you, Say It Out Loud. Thank you for that gift. I don't like being able to connect with others I feel connected. All right, 1 second. I bet he's on drugs. The audio is garbled. Can't hear what he's saying. Okay. Help me, Eric. You're my only hope, said nobody ever. Well, thank you for the floating heart. Cannot hear. Okay. We can't hear much at all. All right. All right. Oh, you know what? I'll wait till I get my microphone on Tuesday. But so let me turn the sound off. I will narrate for you. Yeah, because I have the sound up there. Okay, so here, this is what I wanted. This is the part. This is the new part that he put in on this story. He couldn't leave because, Whittakers were depending on him from the first day they met. So he met them once and now he can't leave because they're depending on him, which is a lie. Nobody depending on Eric. It was just a crappy situation to be in, guys. And remember, every time Eric talks, he's the victim. He doesn't want to do anything. He doesn't want to be there. He never asked for this. He's always playing the victim. So yeah, it was a crappy situation I was in, guys. But ever since that first trip, okay, listen, here you go. Can you see that? But ever since that first trip, I was documenting nonstop. Okay, so here he is, pretending to be with the Whittakers as their friend and their savior, and Patrick's savior, apparently. But he was, from the very first trip, I was documenting nonstop because I just had a feeling that this is not good. Yet he continued to go there and pretend that he was their friend and that he was going to pay them. But from the very first visit, he was documenting everything against the Whittakers and everything against Patrick because he had a feeling it's not good. And it was hard to sit there and see one image being put out on the internet when you know what you're seeing behind the scenes. Okay. And by the way, from the first visit he started documenting, guess what? Guess who showed up 2 weeks later at Patrick's house? Adult Protection showed up 2 weeks later after Eric met them. So Eric goes and meets Patrick. He meets the Whittakers. He's documenting, according to him, he's been documenting about everything about them, bad things about them from the first trip. He can't leave because everybody depends on him. So he just documents everything to use against them. So he says what they're seeing on video is not what's going on behind the scenes. But I had to wait until I had something definitive before I could speak. So that's what he did. He gathered up enough evidence. I believe he called adult protection on Patrick because Patrick got a visit in July after Eric's first trip out there. Guess who gets a visit? Patrick gets a visit from adult protection. And when that didn't work, he had another plan. So yeah, he couldn't speak until he had something really definitive. He said, hell, even APS went in there. Who do you think called APS? Hell, even APS went in there. Look at the luck. That's somebody who called APS. And I believe he's the one that called the first time, sent him to Patrick's house. And they said, well, we'll just close the case. And then he was very angry that they closed the case. Really. Hell, even APS went in there saying 60-something reports, and they were supposed to investigate. Okay, so do you see this? Remember, he told everybody that in August, when he was basically inviting everybody to call adult protection and tell them how bad the Whittakers are, he said that they got 60 phone calls. Now he's saying that in July, the first time they got 60 phone calls. So supposedly they got 60 phone calls when Eric met them. And then they got another 60 calls when the family got taken away. Okay, I had to wait till something definitive before I could speak. Hell, Even APS went in there saying 60-something reports, and they were supposed to investigate, and they closed and left. Now, why is he so angry about that? Unless you were the one that called. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. APS went there and Patrick told him to get the F off my property. That don't make me mad. I think it's kind of funny, actually. So who was mad that APS was turned away? And they were supposed to investigate. There was, okay. So after Eric's very first visit, now what are the odds of this? 2 weeks after Eric's first visit, APS gets called with 60 phone calls telling them, and Eric says they were supposed to investigate, but they closed the case and left. And that infuriated Eric. Why? Because he's probably the one that called. Told him to investigate. The boy from Georgia, if I went there and I didn't have any proof, how do you think that's going to go? They're just going to think, he just wants to get Patrick out of there so he can, right here, exactly what I said the whole time. If he doesn't come up with 60 phone calls flooding adult protection, they're not going to take anything seriously. I'm just a boy from Georgia. They're not going to take my word. So all these phone calls got him out there. And then what? What did he say at the end? Without proof. How do you guys think that's going to go? They're just going to think, get this. If Eric doesn't have a bunch of proof that Patrick needs to be investigated, what is adult protection going to think? He says they're going to think, he just wants to get Patrick out of there so he can have Timmy all to himself. Bam. That's what I said the whole time. I said it from the beginning. He tried to get Patrick out of there so he could have Timmy to himself. And when that didn't work, well, then they tried to get BJ out of there, Eric knowing full well that Patrick's criminal charges are going to stop him from getting rights to Timmy, right? So I believe he first tried to drive a wedge between Patrick and Timmy with this APS, and when that didn't work, went another way. Because this is what he does. He fights for a grown-ass man who's 47 years old, unlike, his child. So yeah, of course, and he said it right there, adult protection is going to think that Eric wants Patrick out of the way to get Timmy all by himself. And that's the truth, I believe. Yeah, it was just crappy situation. It was just a crappy situation. Again, he's a victim. Lynn, thank you. Yeah, thanks, Lynn. Because, truth came out there, didn't it? Yeah, it's just a crappy situation, guys. I was put in the middle. Yeah. Yeah, help me, Eric. Patrick said, help me, Eric. Yeah, ever since the first trip, calendar Kathy has been documenting nonstop too. Yeah, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Eric, you're not the only one documenting it. While you're documenting Patrick, I'm documenting you. Oh, that's fun. These two guys were making a lot of money. They both wanted all the money. That's when it got out of control. Both greedy. I agree, Tim. Good to see you tonight, Tim. I totally agree. I think at the least, it's obvious that Eric wanted to ace out Patrick. Now, I don't think Patrick started out that way because Patrick brought Eric into the picture, right? And so I believe that when Eric got into the picture, his goal was to get Patrick out of the picture, Operation get BJ out of the picture, get Betty and Larry out of the picture if he has to, and somehow, some way, go home with Timmy all to himself. He'll rip up that contract because now he owns Timmy and all the rights, and he can videotape him all he wants. Yeah, that's what I say. I agree. He was planning on acing out Patrick from the very first, and that's why he said he started documenting. Right from the first visit started documenting things were amiss, and yeah, 2 weeks later, Adult Protection shows up on a complaint. Yeah, I think, and then I think it got to be where they both tried to probably ace each other up. He wanted, hey, Mama, good to see you tonight. Mama Rock says he wanted to control the family and the brand and money that came from it. Be granted guardianship of Timmy and be left with the cabin and the land, though it would end up, in my opinion, he wanted all. And I believe that too, because he even slipped one time and he said, oh man, I'd give anything for a log cabin. Um, you know, they should be happy they're getting log cabin. I wish that was my log cabin, but think of it. If he could ace out the whole family and put everything in his name, and that's what he said. He wanted guardianship of the whole family. He wanted everything in his name. And guess what? When the older ones die off from overdosing on potato chips, then he gets it all. Yep. And the Whittaker name was where the money was. You know what I mean? That's right. I 100% agree, Mama Rocks. Yeah, good to see you tonight. Welcome. Yeah, we agree. Yep, nice to out loud. Tim Holly, welcome. Good to see you. Eric didn't care if he ruined anybody as long as he could benefit from it. That's right, Italian girl. Yep, good night to Sarah. Either way you flip it, yeah, exactly. Yep, good night. Yes, ma'am. Miss Kathy, good to see you. Good to see you too, Mama Rocks. Yeah. So, I mean, the thing is, he documented all this. You know what I mean? It's not like it's our word against his. Eric, you videotaped all this. So to try to change history and rewrite history and try to change what happened doesn't work because we got it all on video. And yeah, he deleted, his channel. That wasn't his choice because that channel was still bringing in thousands of dollars even in December. You know what I mean? And so Adult Protection is the one that told him to take that down. It wasn't by choice. Yeah. Let's see. What else I got? Well, the sound is kind of garbled, so we're going to probably wait till Tuesday before I do any with. It's so weird because when I do videos with this, the sound is never garbled. But when I try to do a live stream, the sound gets garbled. And when I had Jane on, there was some sound glitches too, and I think it's the microphone. So hopefully, the microphone on Tuesday will fix that so we can watch some of these clips. You guys, I have probably 2,500 clips in filed under each person. I got one for Eric. I got one for Patrick. I've got one for Betty, one for Lorraine, one for Ray, one for Timmy. I got one for security guard. I got one for pretty much Airbnb. Yeah, so I got a lot of clips we could go through, but yeah, if the sound doesn't work, it's kind of no use in doing that. But yeah. Oh, and you know what? I do want to do a video. I'm going to do a video about taking Timmy overnight for the first time on August 10th. You guys, so think about this. On Eric's second trip, he came back with his brother, and on August 10th was the first time that he ever took Timmy overnight. August 10th. And look, where is that? I'm going to tell you how long it took to destroy this family. What did I say? 2 weeks? July, August. Okay. So August 10th, and remember, he just got BJ in jail on the 8th. So BJ goes to jail, and Eric shows up with his brother. So let's see. On the 10th, we have, that's a Sunday. So it was 1, 2, 3. In 4 weeks, the family was taken. In 4 weeks, from Timmy's first sleepover with Eric to the time that they were taken was 4 weeks. That's how fast that went. And everything was fine until it wasn't. But yeah, I have this one on private, but I am going to put this up. This one is, here, I'm just going to show you my file here. This is a Timmy file, okay? Second trip on August 10th, taking Timmy overnight for the first time. And Eric's mom is offering Timmy all the women that he wants on the very first conversation. Yeah, so that's that. September 2nd, Timmy is brought to APS. Betty's a no-show. Eric got the papers and he's livid. Yep. Here, Timmy knew he was going to be taken by Eric. And that's where Patrick said that the night before they were taken, Patrick picked up Timmy, and Timmy told Betty, "Don't let Eric take me." Mm-hmm. That happened. And I believe it. I believe it. And you know what? Yeah, no. Either way, yeah. Thank you for, hey, Sarah in North Carolina. Thank you for documenting all these videos. You're welcome. I wonder if he regrets any of his camera time now. Now remember, he complained that he was never supposed to be on camera. But the first time he got on camera, he couldn't stop. He couldn't get enough. And like I said, at the very beginning, it was Patrick and Timmy. Patrick and Timmy. Oh, Patrick and Timmy are jet skiing. Patrick and Timmy are, cutting trees down. Patrick and Timmy are doing this. They're Patrick and Timmy. And then Eric came in the picture. And very quickly, Patrick was gone. And after Eric got his face on the camera, basically it was the Eric and Timmy show. You know what I mean? So Patrick faded out of the picture right away, right after Eric started getting his face on there, which he claimed he didn't want to do. Come on. You're going to tell us that you didn't want to go on there? Oh my gosh. Oh, what is this? Oh my goodness, I've got an hour live stream of somebody's. Patrick wants custody of Timmy and he's going to get a lawyer. And so on December 15th, that's when Patrick says he's going to get a lawyer to get custody of Timmy. That's funny. Yeah, I've got so many clips, you guys. I can't wait to get my microphone. The microphone is supposed to cancel out the background noise and make the sound so much better. So okay, here's one. Timmy is going to Georgia with Eric for a long time. Yeah, too bad you guys can't hear it, but yeah. And in this one, in the Airbnb where Eric followed Timmy into the bathroom, was just being obnoxious. He said Timmy is going to go with Eric to Georgia for a long time. And I have another one. In fact, I got another clip to go with this one that Eric says, once Timmy comes to Georgia, it's going to be really hard to bring him back. He said that. Once I get Timmy down to Georgia, you guys, it's going to be really hard to bring him back. Yeah, he says he already knows. Yeah. Let's see if we can get closed caption on this one. Since the sound is garbled, hold on a second. All right. Oh, okay. Check this out. It's okay if the sound won't work. I got the closed caption right here. Check this out. Now remember, he says it's going to be hard to bring back. This one I labeled Timmy going to Georgia with Eric for a long time. It's okay if there's no sound. I'm going to read you the closed caption. He's talking with Timmy. He's going to come back eventually. Hold up. All right. Now he's talking about Timmy going to Georgia with him for a long time. He said he's going to come back eventually. Eventually, you guys. He would have eventually brought Timmy back. That's what he said. Yeah. Go ahead, Eric. I don't know if you can see the. Oh, a second. Second. I don't know if you can see the closed caption, but I'll read it. He's going to come back eventually. Hold up. I want everybody to be able to see you. Huh? Timmy says, huh? I want everybody to be able to see you. He's going to come back eventually, probably, with me. Look at that. He's going to come back eventually, probably, with me. Look at that. He's probably going to eventually come back home. Probably. No, he knew at this time. He can't even pretend he's not going to try to keep him. And Timmy can't even hear what he's saying. So he says, huh? I wanted everybody to be able to see you. He's going to come back eventually, probably, with me. Yeah, but if you get to go to Georgia with me, see, Timmy doesn't even know what he's saying, but Eric puts his hands up like for a high five. Now listen, I could have earmuffs on and not hearing anything. If somebody puts their hand up for a high five, of course you're going to give him a high five. But he just said, huh? He can't hear it. Look, Timmy can't hear a damn thing he's saying. He's going to come back eventually, probably with me. Yeah, but if you get to go to Georgia with me, yay! You ready to go to Georgia? Yeah, you can stay with me. Shoot. Oh, when you go to Georgia, you'll get to see Sean. That's the brother. That's where he lives. Huh? Timmy can't hear a damn word he's saying. Huh? That's where my brother, he lives there by me too. And Timmy just put his fingers up like two. He said, yeah, two. It's not so Timmy can't even hear what he's saying. But Eric wants everybody to see, look, Timmy's totally cool with going back to me for a long time. That's for my brother. He lives by me. I think they all live in the same yard, right? Yeah, you'll get to see him when you go down. Yay. For a long time. For a long time. And so he would be down there a few weeks. And when people would start asking, hey, Eric, is he going to go home or anything? Then Eric would find some excuses, and it would be. And you know what? Like Eric said, if he would have just taken him, at this point, Timmy wasn't guardianship of anybody. Timmy was a free citizen like you and I. So he could have taken him. And he doesn't care if Timmy's trying to go home. Yeah, for a long time. And he could go around with us. Go around where? Yeah, you could see Sean and you could be with us for a long time. And he could go around with us. You got to tell him, say, Sean, why didn't you come see me? Tell them, say, where are you? Yeah, there you go. Right there shows you he was planning on taking Timmy for a long time. And by the time anybody says anything, he'd pretty much say, you know what, Timmy doesn't want to go home. He wants to stay here with cupcakes. Yeah. Unbelievable has not been charged yet. I agree. Yeah. Did the gift cards that lady saw on Patrick's get him charged? Yeah, I wonder that too. Because I think it was Sunny. Was it Megan Sunny that saw the cards, or who was it? Somebody went over to Patrick's house, and I guess I never saw it, but I guess she had like a hidden camera, and she took pictures inside Patrick's house, including I guess it was a kitchen table filled with gift cards from all over the place. Patrick denies he ever got any gift cards. He said you can ask his mailman. The mailman can verify it. But yeah, I don't know, but the people that sent those gift cards would have had to report to Corporal Gilkison that, hey, I sent a blank gift card with blank amount, and that they never got it. You know what I mean? So unless people called in and reported that they sent gift cards, I don't know if there's any way to trace that. Unless the sender speaks up about it and says, "Hey, I did." I mean, I don't know how many people. It was Sunny. All right, Sunny. Okay, that's what I thought. So she went in there, I guess, with the hidden camera. I never saw this. I think this stuff was like being posted on Facebook, which I don't go on a lot, so I missed kind of a bunch of that. Yep. Yeah. I love the clips, so I look forward to you getting your new mic. Yeah, thank you always. I am too. Backstage pass with Kelsey Grammer costs. Whoa, Rose. Backstage pass with Kelsey Grammer costs $755 to $3,540. I Googled it. Eric said he went there to promote. Promote what? Bad dad talk? Oh my goodness. And so what does it cost to sit at the bar and get a picture with Kelsey Grammer? Or not the bar. Well, here, let's see. Wow. So listen, so $755 probably got you behind stage. But yeah, the $3,500 one's probably more what he spent, because he's sitting there getting photo ops with Kelsey Grammer. Wow, good one, Rose. I wonder why Patrick went along with the lie about BJ having a restraining order. Yeah, that's what I always ask. Why did you do that? And I'll tell you why I think personally. Because every time they got paid, Eric was pouring money on Patrick. I think it was hush money. I honestly do. Because he gave Patrick, allegedly, he said he gave Patrick an extra $4,000 out of the Airbnb money so he could fix up his house. And then he asked for the Whittaker's money, and he gave him that too, or something. So yeah, I think that Patrick went along with it. And this is my opinion. I think Patrick went along with what Eric was saying and doing because Eric was, peeling off $100 bills and thousands of dollars and sending them over to him, right? Yeah. 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 So I think that's why Patrick went along with not only the restraining order, lie about that, about needing the restraining order. Patrick went along with the lie about BJ getting an eviction notice. Patrick went along with the lie about the police were out looking for. That was Patrick right out of his mouth. He said the sheriff is out, the state troopers are out looking for BJ and all this stuff. You know what I mean? So Patrick absolutely went along with a lot of the lies. Personally, I think it's because Eric was in charge of the money and Eric was busting up chunks of money and extra and handing him. I think it was for money. That's what I think. Long story short, I forgot the one charge I'd never heard of, an instrument or device. Right. So that was using a device to commit a crime, a financial crime or something like that, which is the phone. Like if you use the internet, and I'm not sure why he only got one charge on that. But he only got one charge for using the internet to, I don't know, commit some type of crime. That's like a cyber crime or something. I don't know. That's I forgot what they called it. Yeah. Wow, thank you, Rose. Somebody's starstruck. Yep. Eric was supposed to be good at social media, yet he brought in all those men to help. Yeah, right? That's right, Cool Rock and Loretta. And here's another thing. Every time Eric talks about money, he tells you how bad he is. He his friends will vouch for him, that he's horrible with money. He doesn't keep good records. According to Eric himself, he's been in tax trouble. So all his friends will tell how horrible Eric is at bookkeeping, yet he decided to assign himself in charge of all these tens of thousands of dollars for all these people. Right? So Eric put himself in a money managing position for the whole crowd. I mean, he's going to manage Patrick's money, his money, Betty and Larry's money. He's going to manage all this. And at the same time, admitting he's horrible with money. Then you shouldn't have been, you should have gotten a bookkeeper or something, you know what I mean? But no, of course he wasn't going to do that. And then what can he say? Well, if you say, well, Eric, you're bad, you didn't keep any records, he just shrug his shoulders and say, my friends will tell you I'm not good at this stuff. So it makes it look like he's not crooked. He's just a bad bookkeeper. You know what I mean? I think that's his excuse. Yeah. Yeah, why bring in all these men? I mean, always one person has to hold his camera. A cameraman. No, you don't have a cameraman. You have a cell phone. And you got a hand, a hand you can use that with. Yeah, someone asked Patrick on one of his lives, did Betty tell Eric he can't take Timmy to Georgia? Patrick said yes the day before. Yeah, that was right, Pork Chop. Hey, good to see you, Pork Chop. You're right. So that was Sunday. I'll tell you exactly what day it was. It was Sunday the 7th. Sunday the 7th, the night before, the evening before, they were taken. Yes. He said that him and Timmy were getting in the truck. And when they got in the truck, Timmy said something in their own secret language to Betty. And Timmy looked upset. And he's told this story more than once. He said, Timmy looked upset. And they, and Patrick asked Betty, hey, what did Timmy just say to you? And Patrick, according to Patrick, Betty said, Timmy said, don't let Eric take me with him. The next day, they get hauled away. You saw the trauma that Timmy got put through. They get hauled away. And who shows up at the hospital? Think about that. Think about that. Thank you, Pork Chop, because I did want to mention this. So think about that. Sunday night, Patrick hears Timmy upset, talking to Betty. And when he asked Betty, what did Timmy say? Timmy said, whatever you do, don't let Eric take me home. Okay, the next morning, Timmy's running down the road. The police are at his house. They're grabbing people, adult protection. His family's getting torn apart. He runs up to Patrick's house, one shoe on, one shoe off, runs up to Patrick's house, and then they come up there and grab him, right? So he's traumatized. Um, and they bring him to the hospital with Lorraine, his mother, and his uncle Ray. And they're in the emergency room. And who shows up? This must have been like a horror movie to poor Timmy. He's scared that Eric's going to take him. The next day, he gets taken. He's in the hospital. And who's the only one allowed to see Timmy? Is Eric, the one who's deathly afraid of. And yeah, no wonder. No wonder. Here his worst nightmare shows up after he's, been ripped out of his home. And basically they're saying, you're going to go home with Eric. And then, yeah, it was a no-go. Day 1, nope. Day 2 and day 3 is nope. Eric, you need to go home. So think of that. The day after he says that, he gets ripped out and almost handed to Eric anyway. Because the family wouldn't hand him over to Eric. So now poor Timmy's thinking, oh God, now these people are going to hand me over to Eric. Eric said, yes, yeah, it was the day before they're taken. Yeah, good to see a pork chop. Shake my head. What a scammer, yeah. Where was, yeah, hey Marjorie. BJ, oops. Sorry. Oops. All right. Yeah, I believe Sonny too. That I guess there was pictures of the gift cards or something. I don't know what else she took pictures. All I heard that she was taking secret pictures inside of his home, which that's rotten. I mean, if somebody comes in your home and they're taking secret pictures, that's rotten. I mean, I don't care who it is. But yeah, yeah. Well, welcome back, up yours. Grace, me too. Hey, Red Frog. Did I say hi? Hi, Kathy, Grace, in chat. Hey, Tie-Dye Gammy. Hope you're all doing well. Yeah, catch up. Yeah, good to see you tonight, Tie-Dye. Good to see you. WB, up yours. Welcome back, Tie-Dye Gammy. Grace. Yeah, BJ was spending everything Mark sent, so I get it. But having her thrown in jail, not cooled out. No. And like I said, I would have fought that because they had. Now, people are saying it was Whittaker's relatives that came over and cleaned up their lot and found the copper. No, I don't think it was Whittaker relatives, because why would the relatives come down all of a sudden and fix everything up because Patrick said so? No, I believe that Patrick, because remember, Patrick asked people. He said, hey, if you guys, if anybody's interested in coming down, that was people that the Whittakers didn't know. And they showed up there. And I have the text messages that before that copper happened, I have the text message that Eric sent to Patrick. And it said, just get her a new chair, because Patrick threw her chair out. He said, Eric said, just get her a new chair. Tell her whatever she wants to hear, because pretty soon she's going to be gone, and that will be that. A week later, she gets arrested on the copper. Well, thank you. Hit the like, folks. Thank you. But no, turning her, yeah, she's already been raked over the coals about the money with Mark. Mark forgave her. It's water under the bridge. And whenever he brings up BJ's past with Mark, that is nothing to do with this story. It's just a way to deflect, to make it look like he wants everybody to start talking about how bad BJ is and the money and everything to get the heat off of him. But her story has nothing to do with this news story that he's involved in. That money with Mark has nothing to do with this. Did Eric get charges? No, he didn't. Not yet, unfortunately. We're waiting for the perp walk video. Isn't there a Dollar Tree somewhere along the way? Selfie sticks are cheap. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't need to have a cameraman to hold his phone. Eric used the other guys to try to back up his crime he's doing, like alibis. Yeah, I think so too. I think he thought these other guys, because remember, what did he do? every time he brought in one of his buddies, he propped him up like they were God's right hand man. Oh, Robert Mast, he's salt of the earth, you guys. You'll never find anybody more honest, more down to earth. He's such a great guy. Him and his wife are just, they're angels. These people, would never do nothing wrong. They're just the best people ever. Yeah. So he brought in these friends of his that are on every trip he goes on. They're in every controversial money thing that he's in. Yeah, it is rotten, but I still believe it too, Tina. I get it. Yep. No choice. Yep. Major thumb. Thank you for the thumbs up. I appreciate that. It is a way to help the channel. In a way, it was a good thing Patrick asked Eric for Whittaker's money. Proof Eric was in control of the money. That is true. In fact, I have a clip that Eric was talking to Patrick on a live stream, and this was right. I'll tell you when it was. It was in August when Eric was doing a live stream. He had Patrick on there, and Patrick had just broken his leg. And Patrick was saying, hey, I got a really funny video about Timmy. Timmy was doing this or that. And Eric said, hey, you should post it. And Patrick said, I can't. You're in control of everything. And I'll tell you when that was. That was on August 28th. It was on a Thursday. When Patrick said, Patrick said, I can't post anything except Facebook. You're in charge of everything else. And Eric's like, yeah, you're right. That's okay. Just post it on Facebook. I'll post it later. But I have that clip where Patrick is laying in the bed with a broken leg, and he says, I can't post everything. You're in charge of it all. All I can do is Facebook. Yep. You're right. You're right, Rose. Yeah, good point. Ads. Give us the spider cam for the inconvenience. The spider has been on there tonight, and he's not on there right now. It's so weird. You can see right through him. You can see his little bones and stuff. It's like an X-ray. and remember, one time we saw his heart beating. I think BJ's an addict and would have spent everything she could, but Eric didn't even give the chance because he didn't pay him a dime, right? So you can't blame BJ on anything. Oh wait, yeah, she was beating everybody up. That's why. So he couldn't blame any money stuff on her, but yeah, he convinced everybody that she had to go. Yeah, who knows? We're here to support you, Kathy. Frankly, I think you're about the only one that has any real information. Just saying, well, thank you, Tina. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's very nice. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, I just caught up on comments. Look at that. But yeah, I could even show you. Yeah. But yeah, I have that. So yeah, so I don't know. Nothing should, they should have never tried to send anything to Patrick's house. For one thing, everybody already knew where the Whittakers lived, because you can Google it. And second of all, Patrick's the neighbor. So if anybody nefarious wanted to know where the Whittakers, and they're going to use this package thing to find out, listen, all you have to do is look up Patrick and see who lives next door. I mean, so it's not like sending things to Patrick's house was going to protect their address. Because A, everybody already had it, and B, it's the next door neighbor. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. So yeah, but also the reason to get rid of BJ is because she was hip to that her dad and her aunt Betty aren't getting paid, and she was trying to hold them responsible. See, Eric, I believe that Betty and Larry were very intimidated by Eric. Eric could get angry. Eric, um, was intimidating. Eric was manipulative, and Eric, let's get real. Eric had their money, so they have to, be nice to Eric because they want their money, right? So he had them by the nuts. You know what I mean? And so what are they going to do? No, if he comes back on, I'll show him. He's not out there right now. Might be too hot for the spider. Oh, yes, he did. A hell of a husband, yeah. Well, I think Patrick wanted access to gift cards and donations. Yeah, because do you guys remember? Do you remember when they were telling everybody that they can send gift cards? They said, yeah, you can send gift cards. Because remember, a bunch of people wanted to send things. They wanted to send clothes for Timmy, clothes for Betty, or Lorraine, and Ray. People wanted to send clothes and shoes and all this stuff. They wanted to even give them furniture and appliances and all this stuff. And they're like, no, 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 no. Don't send anything because we don't want anything till they get the new house, because we can't put the old stuff in the new house. You know what I'm saying? So if you send them some clothes, they're just going to end up on the floor, and we can't bring anything. Wait till the house is built, and then we'll let you guys send stuff. But Betty likes to go to Walmart. So if you want to send Walmart gift cards, you can. Or if you want to send gift cards to this place or that place, you can do that. But don't send any, donations. Some people did send coloring books. Timmy got a pair of boots or something. But that's about it. You know what I mean? Basically, things that are, to little to no money. But just think about it. People wanted to send furniture, and they said, no, they're going to wreck the couch. Well, if they wreck it in this house, why wouldn't they wreck it in the next house? But it was just an excuse to not send. It's like Eric made sure Whittaker didn't get a damn thing. They didn't get any money. They didn't get any furniture. They didn't get any clothes. They didn't get nothing. Yeah. 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 And you're right. Larry and BJ were on to Eric. That's right. And that's why BJ and Larry had to go. Remember? And he splintered this family into little pieces. First of all, everything was fine. Then Eric and Patrick said, okay, BJ's terrible. She's reminding everybody she took the money from Mark. And she didn't steal anything, you guys. Nobody stole money from Mark. Betty picked up the phone. She said, we need 5,000. And Mark said, okay. And he sent it. Betty picked up the phone. We need 10,000. Mark said, okay. And sent it. Betty picked up the phone. We need 2,500. Okay. He said, that's not stealing. It might not be using it right. But listen, they said, we need it for this. We need it for that. They didn't say, hey, we're going to put it towards the house. Okay. So stop saying, Eric needs to stop saying that they stole any money, and anybody else needs to stop saying that BJ stole any money. They asked and they got it. And it wasn't BJ, it was Betty. And so, yeah, maybe Betty turned around and doled it out to the whole family. I think she did. Well, give me some. Okay, that's their business. That's their family. It's their money. It's their business. All right. Who's going without a new house right now? They are. All right. So them pissing that money away that should have went to the house was not stealing it. It wasn't smart, but it wasn't a crime. And that's why nobody ever got charged. All right. So the only people who are suffering that they didn't get the house is the Whittakers. In fact, it's part of the reason they didn't get their family back. Because had they had a new house or new mobile home, that's half the reason they got taken, right? One was the living conditions, and the other was the supposed abuse or neglect or whatever. So yeah, had they had that new home, that part wouldn't have happened. Yeah, they told Betty what was up. They did. That's right, Rose. Yes, Betty asked if they were trying to break up the family. Yeah, how many times did she say that? You're trying to break up my family. And then Eric's like, no, no, no. But I got to bring Timmy down with the adoption papers in the morning. She's like, what? Yeah, she said, you're trying to break up the family. And then when Eric didn't get his way, he called adult protection down and said, get down here. I'll buy you gas and I'll pay for your gas and buy you lunch. They came over. They met at Patrick's house. Eric, without telling Patrick, Eric let adult protection get a good look inside Patrick's home because Patrick's home probably wasn't suitable for Timmy, right? I mean, there was no walls. There's holes in the floor and stuff. So first, Eric gave adult protection a good look at Patrick's house inside, unbeknownst to Patrick. Then he took adult protection down to the Whittakers, and when they all parked their cars and walked up to the porch, Betty came out and said, you're here to take my family, aren't you? And Eric's like, no, Betty, we're trying to get somebody to help clean. We're helping you. Well, a few days later, yeah, they all left kicking and screaming. And so he's gaslighting. He's doing this stuff. And they're seeing it and they're saying, hey, you're trying to get our family. No, Betty, no, that's not happening. As he's got adoption papers and bringing Timmy down there and splitting everybody up. No, Betty, this isn't happening. No, we're not getting restraining orders. No, nothing's happening. I mean, the gaslighting. And think about that. You know how psychopath narcissists, they will gaslight people. Normal, intelligent people can be gaslit, okay? Normal, intelligent, calm people, level-headed people can be gaslit. So you imagine trying to gaslit Betty and Larry. I mean, it would be so easy. And we saw it. We saw Betty's head spinning in circles when she's done with Eric. Betty practically believed half the stuff when it was over. Yep. Yeah. And she was right because everybody saw, we know what we're seeing. It wasn't somebody that told Betty, like a random rumor. They were showing Betty on Facebook, on everything else. They were showing Betty. He's breaking up your family. They're going to adult protection. He's got adoption papers. They're getting, restraining orders on everybody. Yeah. Eric's little men's group seems to come first, wife second. Yeah, that's really obvious. And look who's in those pictures. Do you see the wife in any of those pictures in Las Vegas? Nope. Exactly. I heard appliances were sent to Patrick. I heard that too, Tina. I heard that. Well, actually, I remember Patrick saying that if anybody, Betty needs appliances, if anybody can help out Betty, if you're giving away something free on Facebook Marketplace or anything about appliances, let me know and I will pick it up with my truck. So I don't know if it was sent to his house or if he was told to come get some appliances, but I heard the same thing. I don't know if it's true, but I did hear that Patrick got appliances that were meant for the Whittakers. I don't know if that's true or not, but I heard the same thing. Whether it was sent there, he picked him. Eric would have been in control if it was true. That's right. Betty stood in front of Timmy on that porch like a mama bear. Yeah. Are you talking about that Friday? Yep. And Timmy was completely avoiding looking at, yes. And that's why Eric, I have that clip, you guys. I have a clip where Eric said, you know, how how Timmy wouldn't go with him on that Friday. You know, Timmy didn't want to go with him. He said, I was so mad I couldn't even look at him. I mean, them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was mad at Timmy too. And Timmy wouldn't even look at him. He held that newspaper up. You know what I mean? Which I thought was cute, but, you know, and I think the newspaper was even upside down, if I remember right. Um, but yeah, he held that. And what was that? That was a barrier. He was trying to put up a wall between himself and Eric. Yeah, good for Betty. And Timmy was completely avoiding looking at Eric. That's right. I remember that. Yep. Think one time Eric went to a house, Betty wasn't there. She was at the grandson's watching YouTube and seeing what was going on. Yeah, so that was that was Brandon, I think. Her BJ's son, Brandon, and also Kenny. Now Kenny lives up the road, but Kenny has internet where he is, and Kenny's on Facebook all the time. And so people on Facebook were saying, "Hey, Eric's trying to take your family away." And so I know for sure Kenny came down and told everybody, showed on the Facebook that Eric's trying to take your family away. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. I know. Yeah, I do have the clip. Yep. Yeah. In fact, I'm actually made some videos about that Friday, more than one. These are facts. Yep. Timmy was so glad to be home. Yeah, he was. And in fact, remember when Timmy got home, he finally got to go home on August 30th. And he was hugging Lorraine and he was so happy. And remember, all the dogs were up jumping on him. And Timmy was on the porch and he just got home and he was so happy. And all the dogs jumped up on Timmy and they were licking him and kissing him and just going crazy on Timmy. So the dogs missed Timmy. Everybody missed Timmy. And Timmy missed home. And he was so happy to be with the dogs and be with his mom and be home. I mean, yeah. And then, and then he said, don't let Eric take me to his house. And I showed you. What did he say? He said, yeah, he said, don't let Eric take me. Oh, hey, I'm just looking through my clips. I noticed that I have a Robert Mass Foundation, which I didn't think I had that. But yeah, on the Robert Mass Foundation, that got taken down. Now somebody said it got Robert Mass Foundation got taken down because of taxes that he owed. But then I heard from somebody else that it actually got taken down because Robert Mass is trying to get his lawsuit settlement from those people. And in order to do that, he can't have a fundraiser going or something. But for some reason, that yeah, it's down. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, I got clips on everything. As you pointed both of these out, Timmy used the newspaper and Lorraine used a cane to, yeah, exactly, to wall off Eric. In fact, let me see if I could find that clip. Let's see, Friday. Let me see if I could find the ouch. I got a cat on my neck, trying to perch up on my neck. Um, oh gosh, I've got 81 videos about Friday the 5th. I mean, yeah, I've got 81 videos about that Friday. Hold on a second. Let me find which one it is. Yeah. Hmm. Huh. Eric Wolf. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, yeah, I'd have to look it up. Yeah, and listen, imagine you got this nutcase on your porch yelling at you, and he was berating Larry, telling him he's not, Patrick did too. Patrick berated Larry and told him he's not being a good provider, not providing, he's not protecting his family. He's dropping the ball and all this. So they were trying to convince Larry that, come on, you got to get down. Trying to convince Larry that he's a bad, man of the house over there. And now he's up on the porch. Yeah, let me see. Let me see if I can find that clip. I have it under. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, he was. He was so glad to be home. Wonder how much Eric paid Dwayne to create the website. He paid his brother to hold the camera. Yeah, if he paid his brother all the expenses and $500 spending money to hold a camera. And the funny thing is, I don't know if Dwayne if I don't know if Eric's brother Sean ever did hold that camera. But yeah, so they paid Dwayne for that website, and websites aren't cheap. Years ago, one of the realtors made me a website, and I remember, I think back then it was $2,000 or something. Plus, one of the realtors was paying a monthly fee to keep it up or something. I don't even know. Because I had so much business, I really didn't need the website. After a couple years, she asked me about the website. I said, I don't even get to the website. I got too much business. So she took it down. But yeah, she told me how much it cost. Can't remember. But it was not cheap. And so now I don't know what it would cost. Now it would be interesting if we could find that out. Timmy enjoyed staying with Patrick. He was close home. Right. Anytime he wanted to go home, he could just, walk there in 2 minutes or something. He was basically cross the street down a little bit. Yeah, I wouldn't doubt he said Bama. Yeah, Patrick said that's what he called him, Bama. He didn't know how to pronounce Patrick. I think Timmy enjoyed visiting Patrick. I think so too. Because yeah, if he could go home at any time. But with Eric, listen, he gets in a car and he drives somewhere he's got no idea where he's even at. Then he gets out with his luggage and goes in with a man he doesn't know, probably doesn't trust, calling 911. I mean, and so yeah, it must have been scary as hell. Poor kid. You know. Let me see. That was on the 5th. Maybe I put it on the 5th. Well, they didn't have a falling out. He probably didn't pay him. Right. How much was he paying him to read the questions? That's another thing. Yeah, so so Dwayne and Eric, I don't know if they had a falling out, but yeah, they did have a falling out. That's true. Not my monkeys. He might have screwed Dwayne out of his money too. Well, that, you know what I mean? Yeah, he might have. He might have screwed him out of his money too. Have you reached out to Dwayne? Maybe hear what he has to say. No, actually, I haven't. And I don't know if Dwayne would talk, for number one, being there's legal stuff involved and that he seems to be involved in. So Dwayne's probably shaking in his boots, hoping the cops don't knock on his door. They might have already. They might have already, because Dwayne instantly separated himself from Eric last fall. But I think Dwayne would be afraid to talk, afraid to incriminate himself, because he's involved too. Dwayne was doing a bunch of dirty stuff too. Now, somebody said, oh, Patrick. Patrick said that Dwayne was a little upset at Eric at times for possibly, I don't know, doing some shady financial stuff. He spoke up. Patrick personally saw Dwayne disagreeing with Eric on probably putting him in the middle of this. You know what I mean? Yeah, they do look chummy again. Now, I don't know if Dwayne's been around Eric, but I'm going to tell you that video that Dwayne put out. He was actually he was taking jabs at Eric, and he was taking jabs at Patrick, and he was taking jabs at the Whittaker, like he got screwed somehow. But now I went and looked at Dwayne's video, and guess what? The whole first part is cut out. The part where he was taking jabs at Eric has been cut out. So now if you go on that video of Dwayne's, it just starts in the middle of it. I mean, there's no introduction, there's no nothing. It's all gone. Because they showed Eric talking and talking and talking. And then Dwayne had his feet up on the desk and he was snoring, like Eric is boring. And it says 3 hours later, and then Eric is still talking. So he was taking jabs at Eric. Now he's deleted all that out of there. So if you look on it, it starts like randomly in the middle of a sentence. Grace, is there a video? Yeah, I don't know if he's chummy again, or if he maybe Eric didn't appreciate, maybe he didn't appreciate Dwayne's little jabs at him. It's back. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. So Friday the 5th, when Eric woke because of the tweaky fingers, you guys, that was the day after he missed the restraining order. So here, let's take a little peeky weeky at that day. Again, the sound won't be good, but I'll have the closed caption. You'll be able to see Timmy holding up the newspaper. Yeah, is there a video? Yeah, I don't know. I think Dwayne's afraid of getting in some legal trouble about all this. 3 hours later, still talking, but has said nothing. Yeah. Yep. And he was going, Dwayne was going over the Meet Patrick and Eric video. It was just kind of funny, but let's see if we can get this video up of the porch incident. Let's see if we can do this. How long have I been on here? 3 hours and 43 minutes. Guys, I was going to stop at 3 hours. Somebody's pulled the string in my back and I'm talking again. Yeah, so here, let me see if this is it. Oh my gosh, is this for real? Oh, okay. All right. So this is BJ here. I want the sound because it's senseless. Premiered on September 5th. This is a video where I found out BJ was back at the Whittaker home. This is September 5th. Missed a restraining order the day before. So Eric drops the ball, doesn't go to the restraining order. Mr. Dad, and I'm, a court expert, forgot. And I believe 100% he knew it was on the 4th, and he purposely left on the 3rd and came back with the. How convenient is that? How convenient is it that the restraining order was for Thursday, the 4th of September? Eric leaves town on the 3rd, tells Betty that you're not going to be able to get a hold of me. All right. I have that clip where he said, I told Betty I'm leaving. And when we left on Wednesday to go to the Amish, I told Betty, you're not going to be able to get a hold of me. I'm going to be out of town until Friday. You can't get a hold of me. He said this to Betty. So the restraining order was on the 4th. Conveniently, Eric left town on the 3rd and the 4th and came back on the 5th. How convenient. Out of town for that day and told Betty not to try to get a hold of him. So here, BJ is back. Look at 85,000 subscribers. Okay. Here, he says, as soon as I got out of the car, I saw BJ folding down the blinds, trying to peek at me through the camper. I did not say nothing immediately. I tried to keep my cool and like I did and acted like I did not know anything until the moment was right. When I timed it was like 50 seconds, less than a minute, he kept his cool. All right. I'll read it because the sound is probably going to be garbled. Oops. Okay, September 5th. Here he is. Here he is. He's keeping his cool. He's keeping his cool. And Timmy's like, uh-oh. And did you see Timmy pointed at the camper? Like, uh-oh, you guys. And by the way, Patrick was asked, do you think that somebody asked Patrick, do you think that Eric actually saw BJ in the camper? Because we never saw. He never brought the cameraman over there. You know, his hired cameraman never actually caught BJ in the camper. But yeah, somebody asked and asked Patrick, and Patrick says there's no way he could have saw inside that camper. No way he could have saw what he said he saw. But anyway, he wants to pick a fight because just hours before, Betty told Eric that you're not taking Timmy back to Georgia tomorrow. Okay, he was supposed to go back with Georgia. Eric said on the 6th, Saturday. So when he got told early Friday that it's a no-go, of course, there was no talk about the restraining order. It had been 9 days past. And so Eric was fuming mad. So when he came back, he was going to make sure that this imploded. So I don't know if BJ was in the camp or not. But look at Timmy. He's like, uh-oh, uh-oh. And they're all looking. Oh, look, I got Amish chips, Lorraine. Lorraine goes and puts them under a pillow. Okay. It's not a very good recording. I think I recorded this off a page. That came from the Amish store, he said. Hey, Lorraine, those came from the Amish store. Yeah. You know, he could have brought something besides potato chips. She's got 25 bags of potato chips on the couch. You know, bring her some apples or something. Bring her something. But yeah, that's from the Amish store. I guess they were first he said they were Amish potato chips. Now the story is they were Amish cheese puffs. But whatever. That came from the Amish store. Y'all open them up and try them. They got some good food, buddy. We went there. We went in there. Wait, what did he just say? They got good food there, buddy. This is him keeping his cool. We went in there. I don't know exactly where it is. I don't know where it is. Huh? Timmy's saying, huh? I don't know. Harrisburg. Hey, who's in the camper? Okay, so like I said, it was under a minute. He kept his cool. Then it's who's in the camper? Look at Timmy. Betty's over there like, I didn't see nothing. Huh? I don't know. Hey, who's in the camper? Over there. There's somebody in the camper. I saw them. I think they're over there. I don't know. Who's in the camper? Somebody's in the camper right now. Uh, Betty or somebody said, I haven't been over there. Who's in the camper right now? I just saw them. I'm asking you, who's in that camper? Huh? I think he says, BJ, is BJ in the camper right now? Yeah. Ain't nobody over here. And then Larry, now he's talking Larry. Larry said, ain't nobody over here. Eric said, there's someone I saw, somebody in the camper. They was pulling out, looking at, I saw it in the camper. They were pulling out, looking at me. I don't know. They said, I don't know. Eric said, BJ's not supposed to be here. Look at this. Can you imagine this loser coming to your house, standing on your porch, telling you that your daughter isn't supposed to? He's telling this to BJ's dad, Larry. Hey, Larry, your daughter's not supposed to be there. I decided that she's too dangerous. I'm the one that convinced the court that she's too dangerous. Your daughter shouldn't be there. Can you imagine that? He's lucky it wasn't anybody else, because a lot of men would have got up and punched him right on his ass and his little friend. Y'all let her back. Y'all let her back up. Did you know she was in there, buddy? You have a quick day or something. I don't know what. Did you? Hello? Yeah, record that. Now this is Douche running the camera. Yeah, record that. Did you record that? Hello. And now he's got his hand on his hip. Call me back. Call me back a minute. Okay, so Betty's on the phone, probably talking to BJ that's in the camper. She said, all right, call me back in a minute. BJ's probably saying, what's this asshole doing here? The restraining order is not, that's over. No restraining order anymore. And then she said, it says daddy, but he said, Betty, did you know she was up here? Did you know she was up here? She's over there. Betty said, I don't know who's over there. He said, we're supposed to call the cops. Where are... And then Larry says, when was your court date? And then Eric says it's next week. All right, now it's already, he got told within 10 days, right? It's already day 9. And this is where my calendar first came out. I thought, wait a minute. It's already been 9 days. Tomorrow's Saturday. So, Eric, there's no reason that you don't know it already passed. And it happened to be at the time where you went out of town for 3 days. You left Wednesday and came back Friday, conveniently missing the Thursday court date. And then you had all the papers too. And Larry says, when was the court date? And Eric says, next week. And he said, no, it was today or something like that. Or it was yesterday. No, we didn't. They said it was posted on Facebook. Something last night. Larry's hard to understand. Can I come? Anyway, they said they came up and told us last night. Of course they told you last night because it had just been missed yesterday. It's on the 9th and the 10th. It's on the 9th and the 10th. That's why I'm not leaving till Thursday. All right, well, this was the 5th. And the 9th and the 10th would have been, gosh, let me think. It would have been probably 2-3 weeks. So he knows damn well it ain't on the 9th and the 10th. At the very latest, it would have been on 10 days would have been up on the 6th. So 9th and 10th, you're talking 14 days. That's why I'm not leaving till Thursday. Well, Kenny came up last night and he showed us the post. No, it was 10 days. 10 days when me and her got the order. You got to call 911. Okay, it's already been 9 days, Eric. No, it's going to be 10 days, right? Tomorrow is 10 days and it's a Saturday. All right, you got to call the police. Call 911. I just don't know. Here, what did they just say? He wrote something on here. What did he write? I don't know who's telling me the truth, guys, but I confirmed the court was not until the 9th or the 10th. So he's sticking with that story. 10 days from me and when I got her order. Okay, tomorrow's 10 days. You got to call 911. Can you imagine this? This is his daughter. He's telling it to call the police on his own daughter. I just don't know what Kenny. I just don't know about Kenny. Now look, I'm going to show you up close what Timmy is doing. Timmy knows the family is getting freaked out right now because of Eric. Oops. That out of the way. All right. I don't know if you can see, but watch Timmy. Here's Timmy. Right here in the middle. Yeah, he's a control freak. Yeah. Okay, Joyce, thanks for coming in. Maybe it was too loud. You're right. That may be why it's garbled. Yeah, he did it. There's your string puller. Yeah. Who did? Oh, up yours. Go, detective. It's a calendar. Hey, up yours. Be happy I used that finger. Just kidding. Kathy, have you tried different volume numbers? I think it might have been too loud. You might be right. Because this microphone picks up background noise really bad. And so the microphone I'm getting is supposed to eliminate background noise. So I think it's like confused when it's hearing this video. Let's just hope the microphone works next week. Okay. On Facebook. Oh, Betty, Miss Court. Yeah. On Facebook, it said Betty, Miss Court. No. Your dollar number. I messed up on what Pat's saying. I don't know. And those guys don't really talk clear, so the closed caption isn't really the best. Okay. Okay. And it says, I got to get this a little clearer. He writes on there, Betty just confirmed, because remember, he accused Betty of canceling it, and she never called down there and canceled it. What happened is Eric purposely missed it. I believe 100% that Eric set this up. He put that Thursday court date for the 4th. He knew he had it. So he knew that they weren't going to go on their own, right? I mean, that's obvious. Whittakers were not going to go to that court date on their own. They didn't go the first time, the second time, the third time, or the 4th time on their own. Eric had to do it because they didn't want this. They said they didn't want it. So he knew if he didn't bring them on the 4th, they weren't going to go. So then he could complain that that they want a BJ the abuser there. So I believe he purposely left on Wednesday, was gone during the court on Thursday, and he came back knowing that they wouldn't have gone. So he's got to play dumb. But on here he writes, Betty just confirmed her involvement, as did Larry when he originally said he didn't go. And they are trying. Patrick and something told him this. So anyway, remember, it becomes Larry and Betty's fault now. It doesn't become Eric's fault because Eric missed the date. It's all Betty and Larry's fault. And Eric thinks he's in the clear. Okay, so now they're all kind of getting upset. Now look. They're talking their secret language here, these two. He's probably saying, let's get this monster off of our porch. Now he's talking to 911. Talking to 911, and they're over here wondering how we're going to get this monster off of our porch. And how come he hasn't paid us? Yeah, and he's trying to get the police out there. I'm currently at, there's somebody here that's in violation of the protection order. BJ Whittaker. Yes, ma'am. Betty, whatever is her real name. Betty Rocha is her real name. Oh, she's in the camper, right? She's in the camper right here. We got a protective order on her last week. She's not supposed to be here. No, she's in her camper. She's just in her camper. They're probably saying, is she doing something? He says, no, she's just in her camper. And he said, I don't know. I just saw her looking through the window and very disappointed to find out she's here. And they probably asked, how's the Whittakers? He said, they're good. I think that one. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. It's in Betty Whittaker's name. And she's right here beside me. Because they probably said, is it your order? He said, no, it's in Betty's name. She's right here. And they're like, well, let us talk to Betty. He's like, yes, ma'am. Betty, they have to talk to you because it's in your name. She said, hello? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Hey, buddy. And he's saying, hey, buddy, to what, Timmy? Yes, ma'am. I said, hey, Betty. I don't know. She said, I don't know. I don't know. I know she was here. I don't know. She didn't want anything to get back. All right, I want her. You didn't know she was here? Are you telling me she didn't know she was here? Yeah, none of your business. No, do you want her here? She said, I didn't know she was here. I'm saying, do you want her here? She would, if she could, if she wants to be here. No, she goes to jail. She knows she wasn't. He said, I don't know, maybe they could be here. And I just got that house ready. Oh, here we go. And I just got that house ready. I just got the house ready to go. Oh, you can't see it. And I just got the house ready to go. Oh, darn. He just had that Amish house. It was coming down the road on a trailer. Now you blew it. And I just got that house ready to go. And here's Timmy holding up that newspaper. And I just got the house ready to go. And now you guys blew it. I didn't. You guys did. You guys blew the restraining order. I didn't. You guys blew the house being built. I didn't. Now everything's their fault. And I just got that house ready to go. I didn't know well, when did she get here? I don't reckon. You know when she got here. You know. He said, no, I didn't. Honest. I didn't know she was here. Honest. Well, look at poor Timmy. All right. And within days, this is Friday, you guys. Hold on, let me look. So, all right. Monday, they're all going to be taken away. This is Friday. Saturday, in 3 days, Eric's going to have them all hauled out of here. I don't know how he's got the authority to tell the people to do this, but somehow you saw how mad he was. He said, I'm getting Timmy. I don't care what it takes. I'm getting him. Now he's calling Betty and Larry liars. They're lying. You knew she was here. He said, I didn't. Honest. She must have come to my whatever something last night. That's what I know. We was. I didn't know. I didn't know. I wasn't here last night. She wasn't here last night. Yeah. There's Timmy. Look at that newspaper. He's trying to put up a barrier, a wall between him and Eric. And then just imagine this. Within 3 days, they get hauled out off their own porch. Timmy runs up the road screaming for his life. And when he gets to the hospital, guess who's there? Guess who's there wanting to take him home? Eric. Yeah. Yep. Look at how nervous Timmy is. Yep. And then I'm all the way up here. Oh, here, he's a victim. I'm all the way up here from my family to keep this from happening. I didn't know she was in there. He said, no. He didn't last night because I like walking meet people or something. I can't understand what he's saying. Now, conveniently, it was after my grandson came. She must have came after my grandson came, which is BJ's son. Look at how nervous they are. Look at how nervous Timmy is. I'm all the way up here from my family to keep this from happening. Larry said, I didn't know she was there. He said, yes, you did, Larry. He said, no, I did not. Well, are you going to acknowledge that she's going to jail now? He said, huh? Are you going to acknowledge that she's going to jail now? He said, huh? You acknowledging it? He said, yeah, okay. He said, well, that's what's going to happen because she's not supposed to be here. Now he's going to put your daughter. I mean, what a nightmare. This is like one of them weird Saturday afternoon movies where this monster comes in and he promises you a bunch of stuff. And then when you don't do what he says, he's threatening to have your daughter arrested. I mean, just think of this. This is worse than like a horror movie. Imagine what these disabled people are thinking, these vulnerable, disabled people. Listen, Patrick never did none of this stuff. None of this. Okay. Hey, guys. And listen, why did he stop the recording? Why? And I'll tell you, he stopped. Hey, guys, we stopped recording at this point because we had to wait for a cop to get out there or. Hold on a second. Hey, guys, we stopped recording at this point because we had to wait for a cop to get out there, or so we thought. What I didn't know is Betty was inside on the telephone. After this, she would come out and hand me the telephone. And it was the sheriff's department letting me know that they could not do anything because they couldn't do anything to BJ because the order was terminated. Larry and them was trying to say that I missed my court date. This is when he's still denying that he missed the court date. He's saying, no, Betty canceled it. No, she didn't. You missed the court date, Eric. Later, he admitted it. And later, Dwayne admitted it. Both of them admitted it, that Eric missed it. Mr. Professional Court Guy, Mr. Professional Alienation Academy court expert guy forgot the court date, which I believe was on purpose. So just so this would happen. It was his way to implode everything. They were trying to say that Patrick said that I missed a court date. Even Patrick, no. I confirmed with people. We didn't miss our court date. It was going to be later on this week. Okay, this is a Friday afternoon. There is no later this week. The week is over. It was going to be on later on this week. Okay, it's Friday evening. What later? Which is why I was extending Airbnb. It's the whole reason I'm not at home with my family right now. Right. So he never pulled that paper out and looked at the date. So we're supposed to believe that Betty canceled it. And he convinced everybody in his chat, almost everybody, that Betty had canceled it. And then everybody's trashing Betty. Screw her. She's canceling this stuff. No. And it wasn't until Eric's back home and everything's over, then he finally admitted that he missed it after all the damage was done. It's the whole reason I'm not home with my family right now, Mr. Victim. And then you see them acknowledge 1 second. I don't know. And nobody there. Okay. I didn't even see what he just said. Airbnb, the whole reason I'm not home with my family right now. And then you see them acknowledge 1 second. I don't know who's there, or nobody's in there. Well, she can't. She's there. Last night, I reckon, just so many and of course she came home yesterday. And the reason she came home yesterday is because Eric didn't show up for the restraining order. Betty acknowledges what Patrick said. Well, that shows you the involvement. And then Kenny said, I don't know who to believe. All I know is I've been away from my family. I've been away from my family up here trying to help them. I've got two people from out of state on their own time and dime that was up here to help. Okay, so he's got 2 people up here on their own time and their own dime. But truth be told, they got paid. He ended up paying, what I heard, he ended up paying Robert Mass all his expenses. Probably Robert Mass' friend, all his expenses. Douche got all his expenses paid. And Sean got all his expenses paid. And this was all out of the Whittaker's money. So yeah, this own time and own dime, it sounded really good, didn't it? It sounded like, wow, his friends don't want anything. They're doing this out of the kindness of their heart. They're paying their own plane tickets. They're playing for their own way. They're doing this because they love the Whittakers. That's what you're supposed to believe. And later, I have a clip. I have a clip of him driving down the road. And he said, you know what? This is after Adult Protection told him to go home. It's a rare clip. You'll hardly ever see it, but I have it. And they're driving, and he says, you know what? Before, he feels ripped off. Adult Protection didn't give him Timmy. He didn't say that at the time. But they're driving home, him and Mark. And he says, you know what? These guys, all my friends paid their own way. But you know what? After this, I'm going to reimburse them for everybody. I'm going to reimburse my friends. So he didn't even get out of town, and he already changed his mind. I have him on video saying he's going to reimburse everybody, all his friends, because of what the Whittakers did. Now it's the Whittakers' fault, and now his friends are going to get paid. Go ahead, Eric. What were you saying? They were up here to help. We went and got permits. That's a lie. They never got a permit on a land that they don't own, an unbuildable property. Yeah, we went and got permits. Lie. We were kicking butt. Yeah, they were kicking butt. Where, at the strip club last night? Amish agreed. No, they didn't. Lie, lie, lie. We were kicking butt. The Amish agreed. And this is what we got repaid with. Aw. I'll let you make up your own mind. Yeah, I did. You're a scam artist. No. And there he is. And you saw Timmy hold up that newspaper because he was scared. This monster's up here yelling at his family. And if Larry and Betty are scared of him, what do you think happened to Timmy? He's probably scared shitless. Listen, if Betty and Larry are afraid of him, what chance was Timmy have? All right. Yeah. And even that morning when Robert Mast came on the porch for the first time on camera, first time, Robert Mast comes on. Hey, Lorraine. Yeah, Amish is going to build you a home. Come on. And Lorraine is just sitting there, and Eric got right up into her face. Hey, Lorraine, with his stinky breath. We're Amish are going to build you a home. She's like pulling away like that. Then she took her cane and she pushed them away, pushed them. You know, you could tell their body language said it all. And especially when it's on silent like this and you don't hear anything, you can see their body language. They're scared. Even Larry's scared. They're all scared of this monster. Yes, praise the calendar. Hallelujah. Telling pork pies. Yeah, should have brought. Yeah, should have bring Betty something. That's right. He never brought. The only reason he brought Lorraine something was to, make her let her guard down. Okay. Mm-hmm. Joyce says, "Join late. Listen from the beginning. Good to see you, Joyce." Yeah, should have brought Betty something this time. That's right. Bring somebody something. And every time he handed Lorraine a bag of potato chips, she pulled the pillow back, put it under the pillow, and put the pillow on it. Who does he think he is? He thinks he owns the Whittakers. Yeah, those calves. What's with the calves? Yeah. He must be short because them shorts. Anyway, the top part of his shorts was the same as his calf size, so I don't know. Yeah, control. What if he puts this much energy into getting visitation with his daughter? No, he put no energy, no interest. Listen, if the daughter was, if he was able to videotape the daughter and make, $70,000 a month on her, yeah, then he'd go pick her up. But yeah, the daughter is not going to make him a bunch of money. So yeah, he's going to leave her at home. Yeah, we know that answer. Yeah, praise the calendar. Deadbeat dad figures. Oh, good news. Yeah. Tuesday. My mic will be here on Tuesday. So yeah, I hope that works. It's supposed to cancel out background noise. It's supposed to because these phones and these phone speakers can do exactly what they're doing with mine right now. Eric the Prick Man was really nasty to the family. Yes. Barking at them. Hey, Nazarene. I don't know if I said hi to you. Good to see you, Nazarene. Yeah, he was very angry with that family, very mean to them. And just think about it. And you imagine after Eric, and you know what? Eric lied. Surprise. But Eric claims that after this fiasco on the porch, that him and Mark decided to leave. And as him and Mark were going back to the vehicle after doing this to the family, Eric claims that, it was not, the camera was not rolling. But if you would have seen, as him and Mark went to the vehicle, Timmy comes running off of the porch, runs up to him, and, like chariots of fire, runs up, catches up to Eric and hugs him and said, "Are you coming back today?" And you know how he says it, today? He says, "Eric, are you coming back?" And Eric says, "No, Timmy, I can't, you can't go with me." And Timmy kept saying, "Are you coming back today? Please come back today." Really? He said that, huh? And some funny, none of that's on camera. But does anybody believe, after seeing what you just saw, that Timmy put down that newspaper and went running and wanted to go with Eric? Nope. Because guess what? 3 days later, they were taken by the state, and down at the emergency room, Timmy could have said, "I want to go with Eric," and he didn't. Look how close to him I know. Look how close to him she is. I know. It is. I know. I was watching on my TV, just found my phone, Grace. I feel so bad for Timmy, right? Imagine he might feel some guilt, you know what I mean? They all probably all feel guilt. It wasn't their fault, but they might feel guilty about it. He walked over to Timmy and she got back in between. Oh yeah. Good eye, mama. Yeah. Because, there's only so much you can take when somebody's attacking your family. One of the videos Eric made immediately after, he said Timmy doesn't deserve to be there, not with BJ. I got a few calls. I have that, pork chop. I have that video. I have that clip. In fact, I think I played it earlier tonight. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I played that clip earlier tonight where he said Timmy doesn't need to be there. Yeah, that's when he turned all purple. Yeah, I got a few calls to make. That was on Friday night. That was after he left this porch. After he left the porch, him and Douche went back to the Airbnb. That's when he said, I got to make a few phone calls. Timmy doesn't need to be there. The family should have jumped him. Yeah. Yeah, where's that cousin, that crazy cousin that was Jason? Where's Jason? Jason came out and Jason actually pulled a weapon on Mark Laeta from Soft White Underbelly. And Mark Laeta was like, hey, wait. I'm just here to see the family. But yeah, he pulled out a GUN on Mark from Soft White. Where's Jason when you need him, right? Jason should have came up and as a matter of fact, I think that's why Eric was running for his life. Ooh, he thought they were going to Charlie Kirk him and all that stuff. And even Mark was saying, Eric, get in the car. We don't know if there might be snipers or something. Yeah, always says the family needs justice. This was a horror. It's sad to watch all the stress he caused them. It's a freaking, yeah, right? He's a freaking nobody trying to control. I know. He doesn't even have control over his own life, and he's up there trying to control them. And you know what? None of them had any drama. They didn't have any of this bullshit before he showed up. BS, he just won't show it because he's talking shit on Matt. Yeah, there's a reason why he cut that. I believe they videotaped the entire thing right up to the minute they left in the car. But he had to cut it off right there because he was talking crap on him. And there's a lot of stuff he doesn't want us to see. And also, if we saw that video, he couldn't make up that story that Timmy came running after him, hugging him. Are you going to come back to get me? Yeah, bullshit. I call bullshit. Or something he didn't. Yeah, it was something he didn't want us to hear. That's right. And it was probably something like, now you guys are never going to get a house or something. Who knows? More threats. He was mean. He was mean and ugly to the Whittakers and threatening him. What they call it is menacing. It is menacing, and what did they call it? There's a word for that when you're talking like he is to them. It wasn't just menacing. It was there's a word for that. When he's not actually like threatening, but you're all feeling threatened. Yeah, like I said, I can't wait for his day in court. Or for the world to see this false hero in leotards. Yeah. Yep, he's got to have karma coming one way. That's right, Tide again. Listen, even if he ever does get away, if he ever is cleared and he doesn't have to face justice, karma is going to get him. And what karma does, you get what you put out. And if Eric put out trying to break up a family, trying to rob people of their money, karma is going to probably get his family broken up because you get back what you put out. So what did Eric put out? He put out trying to pull the rug out from under Patrick. He put out, trying to cheat him out of money. He put out trying to cheat Whittakers out of their fair share of money. So maybe he might get, the money taken from him. Maybe he'll get his family broken up. But karma is not like the law. Sometimes you can skirt the law and sometimes you can't. But karma, there's no getting away from it. Yeah, Eric chose to be in West Virginia because of the greed and money. That's right. Biggest caps I've ever seen. I don't know why, but I noticed when he went to the movies, he walks on in his toes. He walks on his toes, on tippy toes. I grew up with a girl that used to walk like that, and I didn't know why. I bet if the nephew Jason was there, yeah, exactly, they would have been nice. Yeah, I agree, Nazarene. If that nephew Jason would have showed up, I don't think he would have talked like that at all. I know he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have the guts to do it. Thank you, ma'am. Glad I caught the live. I'm glad you caught it too. Glad to have you here, Mama Rocks. Oh heck yeah, he did video. Yeah, definitely video. Yeah, and that's why I explained. Oh, I had to cut it off because I can't remember what his excuse was, but it was an excuse. Wouldn't it be karma if he goes to court and those parts of the video get played? Yeah, yeah, I hope so. 100%. Yeah, it will come back. Intimidating. No, it's there's a legal word for it. Not menacing. It's like menacing. It's I forgot. Yeah, but there's a legal term for it when you're talking to somebody, especially if you get up close and you're yelling at them and stuff like that. It's when you're trying to put fear in somebody. You don't even have to threaten them. Just the way you're talking and the way you're standing and the way you're trying to intimidate them. It's I forgot. I think I used the word the other day and I forgot what it was. You would recognize it. No, it's yeah. And it is domestic violence. It's it's well, they're being threatened on their own porch. You know what I mean? Yeah, it is aggressive. But yeah. Yeah, not let's see. Yeah, I'll have to tell you guys when I think about it. I'll think about it probably as soon as I get off of here. Which I don't know. It's been 4.5 hours. I should probably get off here pretty soon. Oh man. Anyway. Yeah, so there's that. But yeah, it'll be better when I can so I'm gonna be in the house probably for the next week. I gotta get out, I gotta face the heat tomorrow. Because I noticed my dogs are out of some of their supplies, so I have to go out in the heat tomorrow. But most part, I'm going to be hunkering down in the house. We're going to be in the 90s and almost to 100, which I can't take it over 80 to be honest. So yeah, I'm thinking about putting out a few videos because I haven't done videos out for a while. Yeah, it could be menacing. I think it is menacing. Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, up till I get a microphone, I'd like to put out a few videos because this microphone works good. Yeah, I think it is menacing. I think that is the word because it's threatening somebody without literally saying the words. You know what I mean, it's meant to put you in fear. Yeah, it's meant to scare you and put you into fear. 4.5 hours. Yeah, it is. Yep, 4.5 hours. Yeah, you're laughing. You're laughing. Time goes fast on here, you guys. Well, your gardens. Well, thank you, Tina. Yeah, my gardens are rocking, man. Yeah, and I did my I used my dirt for what I needed it for, and the rest of it I'm going to patch a few holes in my yard with a dog dug, so nobody trips. You know what I mean? And then I have it over by my septic, where my septic got put in a couple years ago. There's a sinkhole next to it, so I got to fill in that. So yeah, well, Mama Rocks, it's late here too, so I think I'm going to sign off and say good night. It was fun. Yep. Good night, Mama Rocks. Thanks for coming in. We enjoy your company. Enjoy all you guys' company. We can double that. Someone pull that string. Well, we can double 4.5 hours. Hell yeah, I could go 9 hours. And you notice I don't even have to get up or take a break or nothing. I can just sit here. Hmm. But yeah, I think I'll wrap it up just because it's too hard for people to rewatch on the replay. There's a lot of people are sleeping and they think, oh, 4.5 hours. Yeah, so I'll take up somebody's whole day just trying to rewatch the stream. So anyway, I don't want to do that to people. I can take it. Believe me, I could go another 4.5. Probably wouldn't even have to do anything. Maybe get a little more water. But yeah, I'm going to say goodnight just to spare the people who have to watch on the replay. So yeah, maybe I'll make a little video. I don't know if I'll go to bed or not. I had a nap today, so I'm up. Anyway, I want to say thanks for everybody coming in. I appreciate it. And yeah, it was fun. It was fun as always. And yeah, you guys have a good night. You rest well also. Sleep good. Love you too, Grace. Have a great day. Catch up. Catch you on the flip side. Yep. Good night, everybody. I really appreciate you coming. I took a late nap. Yeah, me too, Tina. I took a nap because I worked outside and I came in and I passed out. It was too much. Yeah, short stream tonight. Yeah, we're gonna end a short stream tonight. We're gonna wrap it up at 4.5 hours. We're gonna cut out early tonight. Usually I do an 8-hour shift, but you know, who's counting? So yeah, anyway. Well, thanks for coming in, guys. Yeah, find something to clean. All right. Maybe I'll put up a video. But my videos take a long time because I shoot them. I have to bring up clips and then I have to edit it. So anyway, well, thanks, Tina. To be honest, I got some chores to do too before I go to bed. So maybe I'll find a stream to watch myself or listen to. All right, cool, you guys. Thanks for coming in. I love each and every one of you. And yeah, catch you on the flip side.